Le grand commandant de Garley. Ameble et malheur, bonheur et douleur, plaisir ne font qu'un, tristesse aussi, ici-bas. Akisi Teko Apoli. Lekeke Tonyo Sazadre Kutamalebe Yikare. Preike Zakuzi Fenomento. Kwekwe Zaza Wakawa Isukuru Meketiba. Yukuri Mekamare Zaza, tu connais pas bien. Examen, c'est grâce à vous. Petit boulot,
Mesdames, Messieurs, je vous dis bon après-midi, bonsoir de bienvenue. Nous sommes tous sud-africains de motivation. Merci pour votre contribution et puis merci pour votre invitation. Folks, I want you to do something that you've never done before. I want you to share the video as much as you can. Share the show at least to 4 persons. When the people in Liberia are suffering and they themselves turn against this government, you have to be disciplined and consistent. You have to build a trust. When the people trust you, they will feel free to give you any type of information you want. Most of the high-ranking government officials are not happy, and they are looking for somebody that they can trust, somebody that is consistent, somebody who means well for Liberia, and they will tell you anything that you want to know. Tonight, I am going to break 2 things. You are going to be shocked. Not only Liberians will be shocked, Africa and the rest of the world will be shocked. Liberia is doomed. But you can't get this kind of information if you are not consistent. Consistency, discipline, and you have to protect your souls, because the information that we have, we can't disclose our souls because the lives are threatened. These people are very angry. They're angry with the administration. They're angry with the president. This president does not know what he's doing. And sometimes when they call me, they say, Ashford, how do you mention George Weah in the same sentence with William Aratobe? That's how angry these people are. They say the man does not know what he's doing. The man doesn't want to be there. But he tasted power some way, somehow. And he has fallen in love with power. We are in trouble. We need to come together. We need to pray for our country. We're in a very big trouble, folks, I'm telling you. Very shortly, we're going to begin the national anthem for both countries, Liberia and societal ills. But first, we will take a word from our sponsors. I wanted 20 sponsors tonight. I have about 8 sponsors. If you are interested in becoming a sponsor, I'm going to pin the cash app. $100 a sponsor. I ain't talking about those who in VIP. You know, anything can happen. Any day the water can put a water or put a fire in VIP. But those who decided to sponsor the show tonight, I was on the line at the weekend calling people. $100 to a sponsor. Tonight is a big show. You see, they play guitar, the baby good, I play the baby good ear. This is my calling. Some call me the voice of Liberia. Some call me one copy. Some call me the commanding general of the microphone. And you have done something consistently for almost 30 years. Some of you kids grew up listening to me in Liberia. Some of you never even had the bravery to take to the microphone. Because when you were in diapers, we were on the microphone. We came to Liberia after the schooling and the experience in Liberia. We came to the US and went to one of the best schools in the world and learned radio and television production. So when you see people gravitating towards us, it just didn't happen overnight. We worked hard for this. We worked hard to be in this position. We single-handedly provided this platform. We're in a studio that is worth over $50,000 just by working hard and investing in what you love to do. Today, we are extending our productivity, our production. We have a team in Liberia. I can no longer do this alone. And this is where you come in. My brothers and sisters, those who love Liberia, this is where you come in. We need all the support, all the help. George Weah does not love Liberia. George Weah came to power just for himself. And our country needs delivery. But we can't do this. We will fight among ourselves. Having said that, folks, very shortly, I'm going to introduce to you the officials, give you the lineups for both countries. We can't do the George Weah Sunshine Girls and the Gladiators because they were not fruitful in coming forward with the names. So we're going to play the regular Liberia against societal ills. And some of the names, some of the players that you will hear tonight, you will be shocked. But before then, let me take time out to say my condolences to the family of Zeno Miller. Zeno Miller, a Liberian journalist who was on OKFM. I met Zeno Miller in 2016 when I went to Liberia for the first time after 15 years. I went and took over as CEO for LIB 24. And at the time, Zeno Miller was at Lone Star Cell. That's the head of communications. He was in the public affairs department. And after I went and introduced something called Liberian Talk, when I hired Eugene Fangon to be my co-host, the people in Liberia loved what they heard at the time. And Lone Star Sale was in fact one of our sponsors for the show. So when I got in contact with Zillow Miller, and he was in fact the guy that would receive our invoices and take it to the finance department. Very quiet young man. For me to hear that Zillow Miller is no more. And Zillow was not even critical as compared to Henry, Costa, and Ashford Garley. The kind of things that we say about this president and the government. Y'all will not pray God that Henry Costa left that country. If Henry Costa was still in Liberia, you know what we're going to be talking about? Again, folks, we have 217 people watching. If each of you can just share the video 4 times, please share the video. And I want to see the effect of the sharing. I will start to break the news. I got 2 things to say to you. That alone will tell you how irresponsible, how unprepared, and how these people don't have love for the country. These people plan to remain in power for a long time. When you taste power and you get all the freebies, your thought process of leaving power is very hard. Pray for Liberia. Pray for the vulnerables. This country that we call Liberia, with this leadership, it's not ready. Having said that, folks, please allow me to show some type of respect for our sponsors for the night. Those who said, Ashford, we are going to sponsor your show tonight. $100 a sponsor. Manabendu Hunter from California, $100. Dr. Mariah Seaton from the state of Illinois, $100. Miss Frances Power from Europe, $100. My friend and sister Ann Payne from Rhode Island, $100. Pauline Maximo from Philadelphia, $100. Mr. Eric Marshall from Philadelphia, $100. Ibit Liberia, that Mr. Philip Woods, $100. Wonkyman Sandolo from Boston, $100. Mr. Lamas Shepard from New York, $100. Then we have the diaspora woman headed by Dr. Francine Richardson and Cindy, $100. We have 10 sponsors tonight. If you are interested in becoming one of the sponsors, please let us know. In fact, let me pin the Cash App. And what you are doing is not about us. You want to keep us on the air. You want to make sure that we can provide internet connectivity for our local team in Liberia. The Bob Bowley, Habiba Clinton, Israel Duncan, our local team. These people need transportation. These people need internet connections, and for them to go to press conferences to break some of this news to you. It's 248-979-1718. And that's the Cash App number there. We need your sponsorship. So if you are interested in becoming one of the sponsors, the number is 248-979-1718. Again, let me say a big thanks to our sponsors so far. Lamin Shepherd, Bindu Hunter, Maria Seaton, Francis Power from Europe, and Penn from Rhode Island, Pauline Maximo, Eric Maxwell, Ibit Liberia, Wekumen Sandolo, Yasendi, and the women, the diaspora women. We're going to be playing the commercial shopping. These are the sponsors so far. I know I had a few rings from the Cash App. Let me visit the Cash App to see what we have in store. And the Cash App is telling me that we have some type of Catherine Jones is in VIP. Thanks for the contribution. You just pay for your seat in VIP. Miaka Ye is in VIP as well. Okay, and want to say a big thanks to all of you. And folks, having said that, I want to now play the national anthems for both countries. We'll start the political soccer game. We can play football. The moment we complete the playing of the national anthem for both countries, we will introduce our local correspondent in Liberia and the Diaspora Women for Change in the Alliance of Liberian Women International. That's right. You got right. We're going to be playing the commercial very shortly after playing the national anthem for both countries. And in the meantime, folks, we want you to stay with us. All right. As we do this, but as always, we're going to play the national anthem of the Strangers.
I punch about it in the dust. Let people got me on nuts. Let the people that said that more. When I tell you what you said, and you see that guy living up, that's how because you not get no job. Telling people how she had enough. All the nana log as more. All the trust and the force and the critics. The only thing we see that wretches. They just talking how they trying to play it. Then I walk in and love you were bringing for 250 for iron. So 2 vita can you go pepper soup. The gas fire way and money code. What? Papa?
And that's the national anthem for the Republic. That is for the Republic of Societal Ills. They find themselves in the Bella Yala. Let us now take a listen to the national anthem of the Republic of Liberia. And that's the national anthem of the Republic of Liberia. And folks, let us now take a listen to one of the sponsors of the show tonight.
All the people go also. You can't no food. That one, they issue me talk. I beg you, man.
No, my man John, that bad you do. No, that bad. Hey, my big, what happened?
I said, my man John, I do verse all day today. I was walking. They get bending. No car to go also. I can't get himself small driver. I go ask her. She issue me talk, telling me say she tired and I'm feeling okay today. So she will start cooking the time she feel it. She not feeling cooking. I said, Jebe, what thing making you not feeling good? Jebe want talk back to me. I whistle on your ear. All the people go also. You can't no food. That one, they issue me talk. I beg you, man.
No, my man John, that bad you do. No, that bad. Oh, but you don't know beating woman understand now. Ever say this time, my man, we can just talk to our woman. say sweet things to them. We can talk it that are sweet. No, you can say, my chemo, my darling, my sweetie, man, I'm hungry. Oh. Now where do you go today? Or the day you do, I don't like it. But to be woman that bar. No, I say my own chemo. The naked way I can talk to her, say everything can be all right. She can be happy. I can get energy I want. And you know, and you see how she can be happy with our children say. So look, John my brother, when you veg, I had your friend here. Can't lecture with me. I will lecture you how to take care of woman to cool your heart. I will show you woman 101. Beating woman not good. You are a star. And look at you. Who the woman you ever? Because when I your friend, man, he will buzz your dude.
This announcement was brought to you by Diaspora Women for Change Incorporated and Alliance for Liberian Women International.
And that's just a message from one of the sponsors tonight, folks. I'm telling you, people have gotten glued to what is it that we do here on a weekly basis. And I'm telling you, listen, let us also take a word from one of the other sponsors as well. And this one comes for Ebit, Liberia. Are you a motorcyclist, pen or keke driver, and think you are nobody in the development process of Liberia? Stop right there. You are a VIP in Liberia. The Alliance of Bikers aim towards education. ABIT, an American-funded advocacy and membership training organization founded over 35 years ago. ABIT has extended a chapter to Liberia. And let us talk about the aims and objectives of ABIT in Liberia. They have plans for you to respect all road users, drivers, passengers, government officials, and all of the folks residing in Liberia. These are some of the skill sets they have in place. The rules of law, the rules of the road, how to respect law and order, how to engage your local lawmakers, your responsibility as a citizen of Liberia, how to live and drive in the United States of America and other developed countries, how to appreciate your community, friends, passengers, drivers, etc. No government regulations and your fingertips so that you can be trouble-free when it comes to the law. You will be taught skills that will motivate you and want you to live in a decent society. You will also be taught how to be a decent police or military personnel to serve your community and country. There will be lots of recreational activities all year round through the instrumentality of ABIT. And there are so much good things to learn. ABIT is a non-political and is not in competition with any other civil or motorcycle organization. ABIT is open to all well-meaning Liberians. ABIT seeks to work with other organizations, the government, the international community for the advancement of a civilized Liberia. ABIT Liberia is an outcome of the world three leading American motorcyclist advocacy organizations, the AMA, the MRF, and ABIT. They are all over in the United States of America. Look out for ABIT membership ambassadors. There you are. And they comprise of you, and you. And remember, freedom isn't free. Education is freedom. And that's just one of the sponsors tonight, folks, I'm telling you. And again, we want to take this time out to say a big thanks to our powerful sponsors tonight. When I reached out to them, they said, Ashford, what you do for Liberia and what you do for the people of Liberia, you deserve some type of support. Miss Bendu Hunter from California, Dr. Mariah Seaton, Francis Powell from Europe, Ann Penn from Rhode Island, Pauline Maximo, Eric Marshall, Ibit Liberia, Wokim, Sindolo. Want to bless God for you. Bless God for what you've done and continue to do for Liberia. The irresponsibility of this government does not entice any one of us to accept a position. They have tried. They're still trying. But I'd rather do what I'd love to do on the radio, to speak out. Today, I got a call from a very powerful, high-ranking government official. He said, Ashford, the gas situation, we are investigating ourselves. It's an inside job. They're trying to make it seem like they're investigating people, setting up task force, setting a committee. But in a real country where they have responsible people, the managing director of the LPRC and the principal deputies, they would have been on a suspension as they investigate. But they still enjoy taxpayers' money. They still rob the luxurious vehicles purchased by the government of Liberia, purchased by you, the taxpayers. You know why? Because the president is a criminal. The president is in the know. And when we start to bring you the names of the political soccer players tonight, you'll be shocked at some of the names that we're going to call. Please allow me to introduce the country correspondent, Mr. Habiba Clinton, as he joins us from Liberia. Mr. Clinton, hello and welcome to the show.
How are you, Ashford? And good evening to everyone.
Thank you, my brother. Bring us up to speed what is unfolding now in Liberia.
We not just address the issue of gasoline a little bit before we can talk about the rest of the other thing. We've been in suspense for the past few weeks. More especially, people have been very, embarrassed in terms of their movement. People sleep to various filling stations, waiting for gasoline just for movement. Somewhere around 10 a.m. this morning, there's a vessel that came from Elizabeth Port in Freedom. They have now Hope. It came in Liberia with 25,000 metric tons of petrol. But what's happening there is that a lot of people taking the fuel in one turn. 19,000 metric tons is purposely for gasoline, and they have the rest for other lubricants. So in that, they just concluded the entire fuel to 25 metric tons. But it's not about only government bringing in petrol, but it was through the collaboration with other suppliers, like the Aminatar, like the Cummins, and like the petrol trade, and the rest other local suppliers also have their input in that particular gasoline that came in on today. So they have about 41 days to save the Liberians, but many more to come as we gather. Tomorrow, another consignment is supposed to be coming, which is equivalent to 5,900 metric tons. But we'll wait to see that. And there have been some distribution of gasoline or petrol to various filling stations. The group that you have been seeing for the past days, people been very jam-packed to various areas. It's not just like that now. You find out that the group is reducing, and we hope that transportation fare will be able to drop expeditiously.
Okay, that's the voice of Mr. Habiba Clinton making his presence known tonight on British Radio Africa. He's our local correspondent in Liberia. Very shortly, we are going to introduce Mrs. Letty Brooks Roberts from Information Highway. She has a lot of goodies in store for you as well. And folks, please share the video at least to 4 persons. You know, consistency is in fact the key. You have to be consistent and disciplined. And please, when people confide in you, do not disclose your source. I'm telling you, because the things that we are getting from Liberia, people want to tell you something, but they're not sure whether you recall them or call their names. And for the length of time we've been into journalism, it's not a good practice. It's unethical to recall somebody unknown to them. When a journalist goes into an interview, he said, listen, just so you know that I intend to record this conversation. In the event where the person says no, you are under no obligation to record that person. We have people putting recorder in the preserve, the secret recording people. You can have somebody killed. Now you become a blackmailer. And it is not good for Liberia. It is not good for the people of Liberia. Folks, let me introduce the 2 teams. After the introduction of the 2 teams, we'll bring in Letty Brooks Roberts, and at the hour, our special guest, the Honorable Jerome Verdier, will come in. And I would need some good numbers tonight before I start to break the news. What I have for you tonight will shock you. And we didn't go asking for this. Show consistency, be disciplined, and you can't be the first one to disclose the source, because these people's lives are on the line. And if they don't trust you, if they don't like you, they will not tell you these things. And we have people, for the length of time I've been in the business, all the boss in the government know me. They know I'm fearless. They know I don't give a damn. But at the end of the day, I have to protect them. They are not happy. Most of them are not happy. And that's why they are coming. They are coming forward now. And I have to maintain that confidence. Because at the end of the day, we thought that Samuel Doe were going to be there forever. You know, I got emotional last night when I spoke to a young lady who was raped in Liberia. Her uncle serves as representative in the legislature. This young lady said, "B brother, please don't call my name." I said, "No, I will not. I don't do that. When you don't give me when you don't tell me, say, call my name, I will not do that." This young lady is a victim. One of the survivors from the Lutheran massacre. They sliced her throat. But by the grace of God, she survived. This young lady is in America. When she saw that we were asking for sponsorship last night, she said, "I don't have $100 to pay. I will contribute $50, but don't call my name." She said, "My blood uncle, my mother's younger brother, raped me." This young lady is going through the pain every day. I will not tell the county she's from. I will not tell the name of the representative because she wants me to keep it that way. Our country is very dangerous. We rape people that's supposed to be relatives of ours, and we expect to get blessing from God. This country is doomed under the leadership of George Weah. My people, selective justice is one of the players. I lost my father. I lost nearly half my generation during the war. But Yeke Koluba was abused as a young boy. Today, Yeke Koluba cannot travel to seek medical attention because George Weah is witch hunting people who disagree with him. And do you really think it's fair? Economic sabotage. Somebody who went and printed money without telling the legislature. Today, they get to go to India to seek medical attention. But Jackie Kulba cannot leave the country because he disagreed with George Weah. Selected justice. The EFFL today was brutalized. The chairman, the secretary general, and another man was arrested. Then we called ourselves advocates. We called ourselves peace-loving people of Liberia. But we were saying it's sweet for them. Henry Costa, where is the leadership? The same thing you want, the EFFL asking for the same thing. You didn't rush to social media to do emergency video. The EFFL was there for you. June 7. But today, the chairman is behind bars, along with some of their members. Sometimes we have to play the role of the tall person. I am a member of the COP diaspora. I was disappointed today, Henry Costa. The fact that you didn't come out to condemn what the Liberia National Police did today to the EFFL. I agree that they said some things during the January 6th protest. That protest can bring war. But this is where you put on the cap of the tall person and say, you know what, at the end of the day, we are fighting the same battle. On June 7, the presence of the EFL, the presence of other people who supported you, you raised a lot of money. We need to work together. I don't see our country going anywhere anytime soon if we can't work together. And this is just so sad. Having said that, folks, Abiba, please give me the signal when Letty is ready to give us a heads up from information information highway. At the meantime, let me introduce the players to you. We have some new players tonight, folks. We have some new players tonight, and these players, you've got to listen to some of the names of the players. We have Hima Sacrifice, a brand new player tonight. We also have Internal Bleeding. It's another player. Then we have Abuse of Power, Human Rights Abuse, Witch Hunt, Marie Yuri, aka 60% Evaporation. Suck the gas from the mouth. You know how they used to suck gas from the mouth way back? They now bring that thing back again in Liberia. Suck the gas from the mouth and put it in the tank of George Weah. Then we have Finger in the tank. They had something called Transparency Report when Harris Green was managing director at LPRC. They discontinued that. So they're measuring the gas by heart now. Put your finger inside. When you touch water, then a gas. In the video, in the event you don't touch water, then it means Jack then get finished. So Finker in the tank is a new player. Transparency report is another player. Provisional lifting. Secretary is a new player tonight, aka 1 day supply. And folks, I'm telling you, that's the newest players for societal ills. Then we have lies, rhetoric, librarian would say rhetorics, economic sabotage, theft of property, criminal conspiracy and misapplication of entrusted funds, ghost employees, power theft. We also have leakage. Then we have corruption paradise, selective justice, executive torture is another player. Executive torture, and executive torture has something to do with my breaking news, folks. I'm telling you. But again, we have to get prepared and get ready for this all-important information very shortly. We're going to start again. In fact, the ball is in the middle of the field. Linesman number 1 is the Senate. Linesman number 2 is the House of Representatives. The chief referee is the Supreme Court of Liberia, and the match commissioner is the U.S. Embassy. Folks, let's play soccer.
Everybody shake it for me.
That's where the ball comes to economic sabotage. What he making it, he doesn't. He connects criminal conspiracy and misapplication of entrusted funds. The ball comes to ghost employees to power theft. Power theft looks around to leakage to selective justice. Selective justice looks around. What he make it, he connects 60% evaporation. 60% evaporation. What he make it, no. The ball comes to a D-hole cover hold. D-hole cover hold to borrowing initiative. Borrowing initiative to gasoline map up exercise. Gasoline map up exercise. Taking file down through the ball comes to corruption, the false promises onto D-hole cover hold. D-hole cover hold is moving deep in out of the field. Folks, I'm telling you, this game is extremely difficult tonight as we give you this play-by-play description tonight. D-hole cover hold looks around what he making, no, he doesn't. The ball comes to ghost employees. Ghost employees are moving deep in out of the field. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, the ball comes to agriculture ministry to forestry development authority. Then the ball comes to Samuel Toy, aka Leposi Baboon. Leposi Baboon looks around, he connects NPA, aka Gorilla Foster Child. Gorilla Foster Child looks around to agriculture back to health ministry onto gender ministry. Gender ministry looks around what he making, no, he doesn't. The ball comes back to Zilka Wilson. Zilka Wilson to Jefferson Koji. Jefferson Koji doesn't make it, he loses the ball to learning disability. George Weah would have been diagnosed with learning disability had he been in America. George Weah, Jefferson Koji, these people have learning disability. When you take a speech and rehearse that speech for 2 months and you come back with the same speech and don't know what you're talking about, you have learning disability. And that's what George Weah is suffering from. And don't tell me that this man means well for the country. He doesn't. He doesn't. He doesn't. So at this time, I think our special guest is calling us. We have to make room for them. Habiba, I think I'm going to have to disconnect you and call you back. Let me see if we can bring in the special guest.
Okay, all right, no problem.
Okay, we'll call you back in a little bit. So let me connect the special guest and connect Letty Brooks Roberts as well. Because we just got the missed call from our special guest. And folks, relax. We've got you covered tonight. Okay? We got you covered. We got you covered tonight. All right. Okay. Habiba, hang up the phone and I will call you back, okay? Okay, and let's see if we can connect Habiba now. I have Honorable Video connected, and I have all of them. Let me see if I connect them now. I have the Honorable, I have Letitia Rabbits, and I have Habiba.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Mrs. Rabbits is on there, and I see 2 people connected so far. Is this Habiba? Is this Councilor Verdier?
Yes.
Okay, Councilor Verdier is here. What, Mrs. Rabbits, please bring us up to speed as to what you have in store for us right now before we connect our special guest.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garley. Good evening. Welcome to our listening audience. Thank you for coming to join this show this evening, this all-important special edition of Bridge Radio. As you know, we have a special guest tonight. And so we're asking that you please take your seat, get your drink of choice or your meal of choice, get comfortable, be ready with your questions, of course, as we prepare for this all-important interview. We also have breaking news. The people in Tunisia would like to say thank you very much. They have received the contributions that were sent by you in its entirety. We sent them 1140 as we collected $1,139 for the remains of the late ambassador, Mrs. Ambassador Fusan. So coming up, we'll also get the leadership from Tunisia to come and say thank you as well. We want to say thank you to our patrons for tonight. Thank you for your sponsorship. Thank you for believing in this cause and this initiative that Mr. Garley has taken on. Again, we'd like to say thank you to Ms. Bindu Hunter, Dr. Mariah Seaton, Ms. Frances Tewa, Ms. Ann Pang, Ms. Pauline Maximore, Mr. Eric Marshall, I'm sorry for that. We have also the company Abit Liberia. We have Ms. Wonkami Sandolo. We have Mr. Lyman Shepherd, and we have Ms. Francine and Yasindi from the Diaspora Women Conference. We want to say a big thank you to all of you. We also ask that you please, each of you, share the video to at least 4 persons as we meet our target audience. We also have a cash app for those of you listening and would like to sponsor or participate in any way possible. The number is pinned at the bottom of the screen, and it's 248-979-1718. Thank you. As we continue our show, we want to say again thank you to all of you. And at intermission, after the interview, you have the Liberian leadership and the family of the late ambassador. Thank you, Mr. Garley. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for your boldness. And thank you for your sacrifice.
And that's right. Thank you, Mrs. Letty Brooks Roberts, for what you've done and continue to do for Bridge Radio and the people of Liberia. At this time, I'd like to say a big welcome to the Councilor Jerome Verdier Sr. Mr. Verdier, Councilor Verdier, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, the Giant. I accept it as a privilege and honor. I thank you for according me that privilege. I'm glad to be here.
Okay. And again, we are so humbled to have you on here tonight. Well, Lighty, during the mention of the sponsors, I didn't hear Edna Yates. Edna Yates is in fact one of the sponsors, and perhaps you didn't call her name, but let me do that for you. Mrs. Edna Yates is in fact one of the sponsors. Well, Honorable Vodia, let us just jump straight into it. How did you consider your appointment as chairman of TRC? Was it surprising, or was it just another challenge to you?
Well, it was a challenge, and again, in a way, surprising. But I think it was destined by God. You know, I stayed in Liberia throughout the crisis. There were opportunities to leave. I didn't leave. I stayed and worked with civil society. I remember even the United Nations came to me and asked me to work with them. And at that time, I told them, I said, no, there are not many civil society activists around, so I would prefer staying with civil society. And then there were several interim governments. I was asked also to join those governments. And I wasn't led to, just as I wasn't led to leave the country to stay and see the end of the war, I wasn't led to join those governments. And Mr. Taylor also asked me to take on a job in his government. And I said, no, I wouldn't do it. Madam Salif also asked me, and I wouldn't do it. So I took up time with civil society. And then after the Accra Peace Agreement was signed, there was a requirement that the TRC be established. The government on its own of President Judy Bryan, Chairman Judy Bryan at the time, established his own TRC. So we in civil society suggested that, look, Mr. President, at this stage, after war, we don't think the government should on its own establish its own TRC without participation of civil society. He didn't feel the need for civil society, but we pressed hard, and the international community, ECOWAS, and everybody agreed that there should be civil society involvement in that process. So the TRC established by Mr. Bryant was abolished. And then civil society was brought in. We held consultations, and then we said there should be a law. They agreed, and so civil society and government, the political parties, the women organization, youth, everybody came together and drafted a law and submitted the law to the interim assembly. And then the law was passed, and the committee to do the selection of TRC members was established. And by that time, I was considering a vacation to the US. So whilst planning the vacation, the committee approached me and said, your name has been brought forth as a member of the commission. I said, oh, okay. They said, well, we need to hold an interview with you. And they tried to get me. I was busy with civil society. I couldn't find the time until finally the ambassador himself of ECOWAS called me. And when I answered, he said, we've been trying to get you, and tomorrow is the last day. We'll be closing. Can you please come? I said, yes. And I believe all of this is the working of God. So I went for that interview. I was the last person to be interviewed. And I was the first to be accepted because after the interview, they told me to excuse them for 10 minutes. And after I came in, they said, well, you are the first person we have agreed on to be a member of the commission. So we thought to ask you. And considering you are a very busy person, we thought to ask.
Hello? Councillor Verdier, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I said, well, it's going to depend on the people you were able me to work. And then the ambassador said, look, I'm from the Gambia. I came here to make peace in Liberia and to work with warring faction leaders, people who I saw on video killing. I have to shake their hands. I have to work with everybody to make peace. So our appeal to you is that whoever we appoint to work with you, please work with them. I said, okay. Then he said, congratulations. And I left. So after that, I knew I was appointed. Then I took a vacation to the US. Then I was in the US when other members of the commission called me. There were 9 other persons selected along with me, making the 8 others. They said, you should come home. I said, why? My vacation is not over yet. They said, oh, the president wants to commission the TRC draft. And you can go elections. Whoever is appointed, I will support them. I don't mind. I said I will in fact support Bishop Kula. They said, no, you have to be here in person. I said, oh, really?
Yeah, go ahead.
Say yes.
We're having some type of connectivity issue.
And so I wrap up.
Yeah, go ahead. We're still listening.
And so that's how I was selected, expected.
Okay, folks, if you're just joining us, we have with us tonight the former chair of TRC, Councillor Jerome Verdier, in our British radio studios tonight. Well, Councillor, one of your rulings or recommendations called for certain politicians not to seek elected posts until after some years. But this was torn down by the Supreme Court. Do you have any reaction to such ruling by the Supreme Court then? Hello? Hello, Councillor? We are having some type of connectivity issues, and we have with us tonight, folks, Councillor Jerome Verdier, the former chair of the TRC. Councillor Verdier, are you still there? Hello, Councillor? Well, folks, let's see if we can reconnect with the councillor tonight here on the program. Just 2 of us. We still have a lot to talk about here. Okay, let me see if we can reconnect with the councillor. I know. Don't panic. Your questions will be answered, so don't be worried. Okay, he's here for a long time. If we have to go overtime tonight, we will do so. So just stay with us, okay? And I'm still trying to make contact with the councillor. Councillor Verdier, are you still there? And folks, if you're just joining us, this is Ashford Garley live on BritishRadioAfrica.com. Please share the video as we make contact with Councillor Jerome Verdier as we reconnect with him tonight here on the program, BritishRadioAfrica.com. Well, we have options. Let's see if we can do this. Hold on. We have another option. That's what creativity does. Let's see if we can contact. We're trying to make contact with him now through the direct line.
You have reached the voicemail box of 20.
Okay. We're going to try to make contact with Councilor Verdia through some other means. But in the meantime, folks, if you're just joining us, this is a very special edition of the program, the Ashford Garley Live, BraceRadioAfrica.com, where we play host to the former chair of the TRC, the Councilor Jerome Verdia. And we're still trying to make contact with him as we speak right now. Perhaps something wrong with his device, and he's not responding. But let's see if we can try by all means to make contact with him. In the meantime, I want to try to connect with make contact with our crew. Let me see if let the Brooks Rabbits standing by as well. Lighty, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Good evening.
Good. Go ahead and see if we can read a few comments who's around the field as I try to make contact with Councilor Verdia. Okay?
Okay.
All right. You live.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. As we proceed to our interview, we'll just be reading your comments until I'm told to stop. We have here Marie Quade, the chairman. Maybe not. Love Brian. New players are family members that take brown envelopes. Our Mesca. The newest players are the corrupt victim families. Akbar Momolu, watching from Washington, D.C. We have Ruth Giffler. She says, so sad. Mr. Stone Birch, I'm here in the stadium to watch this all-important match. We have Ms. Kebe Giffler Boley replying to Marie. I agree with you, my sister. We have watching Mr. Simmons S. Carpet. You're welcome. We have Ms. Alberta Dogo Ashford. Henry Costa is the only member of the COP you could have gone live to today. Okay. We have Abu Bebido Fofana. How are you doing, Mr. Ashford? We have Nancy Bala replying to Kimberly rather. Football match, my dear. Local players, compromise of government officials and citizens. Enjoy. We have Tony and Seville and Victoria Cheeks watching from the Garden State. We have Comfort Abu replying to Comfort. Joe M. Boga Jr. Please listen to Hawa Mesca's podcast. just an hour ago. We want to say thank you to all of you that have made comments or contributions. We also want to recognize our sponsors for the evening. Thank you for your sponsorship on this all-important evening of special guests. We also have Ms. Quebec Gifler Boiler also replying. Why are you saying that? If you have nothing to say, don't say anything. That's my view. We have Comfort Abu. I am selling compromise at the VIP section tonight. Teresa Newman Williams. I have some hot soup at gate 5. No issues. We have Ms. Levy Thompson watching. We have Ms. Garment Cooper watching. We have Ms. Yacindy Martin Peyi watching. We have Mr. Rodney Chesson, Attorney Commander J.R. Gapongpa Chesson is watching. It's a lot of names. We have Ms. Garment Cooper. Hello, people. We have Florence Taylor watching from Minnesota. We have Ms. Hawa Mesga. Not some never. This is why the legislature is the problem in Liberia. They are all friends.
Okay, just hold on because the referee is calling us now. Let's see what they have in store for us, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Back to the field of play, the ball comes toward executive torture. Executive torture looks around to human sacrifice to internal bleeding. Internal bleeding to abuse of power, the abuse of power to human rights abuse onto witch hunt. Witch hunt looks around to finger in the tank to 60% evaporation. Then the ball comes back to transparency report to provisional lifting to secretary, aka 1 day supply. 1 day supply looks around back to witch hunt to human rights abuse. The ball comes back to abuse of power to internal bleeding to executive torture back to human sacrifice onto abuse of power to human rights abuse. Then to witch hunt sends it far down. Will he make it? No, he doesn't make it. The ball has been intercepted by Samuel Toy, aka Leprosy Baboon, double shovel. See, B1 puts over the team. The ball comes back to Bill Twawe. Bill Twawe looks around. He connects woman. Boy Twawe, aka Gorilla Foster Child. Will he make it? No, he doesn't, folks. The ball is way off target, making the trouble now to the Liberia national team. Again, the game has come to a momentary standstill. Then we have, I believe we'll have Jerome Verde, Councillor Jerome Verde back on the line. Councillor Verde, are you there? Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to apologize for the short break in the transmission that in losing the Honorable Councillor Verde. He's back on the line. Councillor Verde, are you still back on the line? Are you there?
Yes, I'm back.
Okay, what happened to your connection?
I don't know. There was a little glitch. I don't know what happened. It just cut off, and I couldn't reconnect easily.
Okay. Thank God you're back. And it just continued from where you left to that. We're still listening, and the rest of the world is listening as well.
Yes, I think I was done answering the first question that I believe it was by God's grace, his perfect will that I played that role with the TRC. I was active in civil society, and so I think that was the reason I got selected. I didn't apply. Other people applied, but I didn't. Somebody did the application, I guess, or recommended me. And so the selection process was vigorous because they had up to about 150 persons applying. So they had to do an assessment they had to do interviews. I was only interviewed once, but the 150 was reduced to 100, and I saw my name in the newspaper. The 100 was reduced to 50. I saw my name in the newspaper. The 50 was reduced to 25, and I saw my name in the newspaper. And the 25 was reduced to 15, and I saw my name in the newspaper. And so out of the 15, they chose 9 to do the TRC work, and then I got selected. And then my colleagues elected me as chairman of the commission.
Okay, folks, if you're just joining us again, we have with us tonight the former chair of the TRC, Councillor Joan Verdier, as our special guest. Councillor Verdier, one of your rulings or recommendations called for certain politicians not to seek elected posts after several years. But this ruling was turned down by the Supreme Court. Give us a little bit of your reaction following the ruling by the Supreme Court.
I'm glad you brought it up because I've heard about that ruling, and I tried to get a copy so that I can educate. You want me to hold on?
No, not now. You go ahead.
Oh, okay. I tried to get a copy of that ruling so that I can educate the Liberian judiciary on the proper law that applies. In Liberia, the court doesn't give any advisory opinions. And the recommendations of the TRC was just what it was, recommendations. So President Salif at the time, not wanting to honor the recommendations of the TRC, she sought to use the court. And unfortunately, the court allowed themselves to be used for political purposes. In Liberia, the courts are forbidden from giving advisory opinion. And in Liberia, no case goes to court until that case is squarely established. There has to be two parties. One is the adversary and the other is the advocate. So the TRC made recommendations, and there was no attempt to enforce the recommendation by President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. So it means the recommendations were not implemented, and there was never an attempt to implement the recommendations. So why did they go to court? And the TRC was based upon a law that was passed by the national legislature at the time, establishing the TRC and devising its terms of reference. But Madam Sirleaf, not being state-manly enough, she thought to circumvent the TRC recommendations, and so she went to the court. And everything the court issued was purely advisory because there was no controversy before the court. If they attempted to create a controversy, then it wouldn't have hold based on the principles of the rule of law. The TRC was not made a party. So who represented the TRC? The government itself? Who were the parties that were aggrieved? Were they recommended for the TRC? By the TRC, if they were, was there any attempt to enforce the TRC recommendations on them? Were they being impaired or harmed in any way by the TRC recommendations? So no. So the ruling of the Supreme Court was just advisory, which has no enforcement on our laws. And you will recognize that nobody has recognized that ruling, not in Liberia, not outside in the international community. That's a shame. Our court comes down with a ruling and nobody recognizes it. The only person who refers to that ruling is Madam Sirleaf herself and says there has been there. The recommendations have been supported internationally. There's consensus that the recommendations should be fully implemented. And the U.S. the U.S. Congress passed a human rights resolution advising the Liberian government to move ahead with the implementation of the TRC recommendations, especially the recommendations on the establishment of a special court.
Okay, Councillor Voidia, TRC came to being by the signing of the Accra Peace Accord on the 23rd of September in 2003. It was then selected upon that reconciliation be the hallmark, unlike war crimes tribunal of neighboring Sierra Leone. Why should you then recommend war crimes code to the Liberian government?
The question suggests that Sierra Leone has not had reconciliation because it had a war crimes code, which is not the case. Reconciliation is a process, and I would define reconciliation in context. If you take a dictionary definition of reconciliation, it will tell you to resolve conflict or to resolve outstanding disputes. But in the context of Liberia, reconciliation will mean resolving all of the conflicts or the issues that led Liberia to violent conflicts and war. Reconciliation will mean justice for the victims. Reconciliation will mean repairing the broken governance structure in Liberia so that there cannot be a recurrence of the war. The TRC Act was very clear as to what the TRC should do. The Accra Peace Agreement is like the Constitution, but in order to give enforcement to the terms of the Constitution, like in Liberia, there has to be legislation, and we normally term them enabling legislation that enable the Constitution to be more functional on a day-to-day basis or on a reality basis based upon the experiences of the people. So that's why the legislature at the time had to establish a TRC Act. And the TRC Act directed that the TRC delve into the root causes of the war and make recommendations as to who were the perpetrators of the war, who were the financiers of goods, how the issues can be addressed, and the act was specific that the recommendations should address the issues of impunity and recommend prosecution in cases that are necessary, and recommend also political accountability for what happened in Liberia. So the TRC did just that and followed the mandate to the letter. We recommended prosecutions, and we recommended political sanctions for people like Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, who were not on the battlefront, who perhaps didn't hold arms, but they were in boardrooms making decisions, and she wasn't alone. We had a good number of them. I cannot remember the number now, maybe 11, 12, or 15, being in boardrooms and making decisions that commanded what was happening on the ground. They sat in boardroom and they raised funding for these warring factions. So we thought that they should be politically sanctioned or accountable for their crimes. And at that time, the war had lasted 30 years. So the crisis in Liberia from 79 up to the time with 2003 was 30 years. And so we thought 30 years would be a convenient time for these politicians who have set bad example in our country, destroyed the country, and brought war to the country for no good reason, but just for power. We think that it should be gotten away from the public space because they were not good, patriotic examples for our children to emulate.
Consider, Verda, you had some very grave allegations against the current mayor of the city of Monrovia. And how do you feel the MCC's boss could come to the United States of America in the home of Representative Chris Smith with no suggestions to the resident?
With no suggestion, I didn't get it.
With no suggestion to demand the apprehension of him, according to what we read in the papers, that this young man should be indicted for war crimes court because of his involvement in the war in Liberia, and other critics are saying that the man was so young then, and he couldn't have been involved in the war. How do you respond?
There are two issues coming out of that. The work that I do with the International Justice Group is different from the TRC. The TRC made recommendations that the last administration and this administration doesn't seem inclined to implementing. And so it was out of that desire for advocacy, advocating for justice, advocating for the implementation of the TRC, that the RGG was giving birth. And beyond that, there are other crimes going on in Liberia that are very critical. Money laundering, trafficking in human and drugs. So the RGG was established to tackle those crimes we call international crimes as well. Jefferson Koji is the mayor of Liberia. When it comes to justice, your status in society doesn't matter. And the RGG didn't go to accuse him of committing crimes during the war. May I also inform you that children can be perpetrators. In the TRC report, we have a list of several children that were interviewed, that were rescued from their warring factions, and they share their experiences with the TRC. And the TRC, in its recommendation, recommended that amnesty shall be extended to children. And the other issue that arises is that just because the TRC didn't identify you during the period of its operation, or because you hid from the TRC and avoided being called or implicated by the TRC, it doesn't exonerate you from the crimes you committed. That is why you see we are advocating strenuously for the establishment of the code. I've been in the US for a while, and there are some Liberians who have met with me and told me, say they were falsely accused. And they told me, said, Counselor, we need to find a way to exonerate us because we are here. One of the guys said, I've been here and I've not gotten any status. And when I got a lawyer to follow it up, we only got to know that it's because I'm listed in the TRC report. That's why I didn't get a status in America. So I need to clear my name so that I can live free and my family too can be free. And I said, yes, I agree. We need a court, and the court would be the best place to clear your name. That's one aspect. And then Jefferson Koji, we made recommendation to the ICC to commence investigation in Liberia based upon the high level of crimes against humanity that are being committed in Liberia. The allegation of Jefferson Koji working for Mr. Chucky Taylor during the war didn't come from the RJG. That allegation came from Miss Justina Taylor. After she made the allegation, she went on air on the Facebook broadcast. The following day, she was abducted from her home and nearly killed. I have a copy of the medical report on Justina Taylor. She was raped multiple times. She was injected with strange substances. She was drugged. She was nearly dead, and she was dashed in the street. She was left to die. And so the IGG reports that includes Jefferson Koji's participation in the war came from the allegations made by Ms. Taylor. Besides that, there were other people who have come forth to confirm that he did work with Mr. Taylor at the time, Mr. Chucky Taylor. Besides that, taking the issues further, international law provides that if you are a child and you were forcefully recruited into the fighting forces and you committed crimes, as the TRC report said, children under age who participated in the war should be granted clemency. But the war goes further than that. That as a child you committed crime, but upon attaining your majority, upon reaching the age of consent, and you continue to commit those crimes or similar crimes that you committed at the time you were a child, it means that you had a criminal faculty. You are responsible for your actions because of your continued conduct, and so you are liable. So basically, President Taylor's allegation against Jefferson Kuji are grave, and they were made public. And under the law, if somebody give a testimony against themselves because she implicated herself, she said she herself was a rebel, she herself worked for those forces, and she knows of several things that they have done, including where they have buried arms, including their acts to recruit ex-combatants and mercenaries from outside the country to work for Mr. George Weah's government. And then she was abducted and nearly killed. Even when she was at the office at the hospital, there were attempts to abduct her also. Why do you think it was done? Simply because there is somebody who has something to hide. And so we have branded Mr. Kuji. And the thing about Mr. Kuji is that he started working alone. He's not his own authority. He's working under the command and instructions of Mr. Weah. Mr. Weah is hiding behind the scene, but he is manipulating everything. That is why he's being very, very quiet. He doesn't say anything because he has a guilty mind that is persecuting him, even though he has not been brought to book. But basically, Mr. Weah is the one who is supporting and authorizing Mr. Jefferson Kuji to do what he has done. And so we've brought Mr. Jefferson Kuji to book, and we are confident he will face justice. He and other perpetrators will face justice in Liberia.
Okay, I'm going to ask you one more question, and I'm going to open up the telephone lines where viewers have not only via Facebook, but we have over 25,000 people listening via the internet on BridgeRadioAfrica.com. Perhaps they might have one or two questions for you. Tell us about the relationship you enjoyed right now with your former workmates at the TRC, and if so, how?
Well, because we were commissioners, we don't have to be friends. Okay, the work at the commission was very, very tricky. Was, I wouldn't say dangerous, but it was life-threatening. It required fortitude, it required integrity, and it required fearlessness. We thank God that He took us through, and there was no major incident to derail the work of the commission. I know the question raised is prompted by a recent incident that we had in Liberia with a commissioner going on air to say the TRC didn't do this, they didn't do that. The questions of Jefferson Kuji had nothing to do with the TRC. But the entire strategy of the Weah government and Mr. Jefferson Kuji was to attempt to discredit the TRC so that there would be a lukewarm reaction towards the implementation of the TRC, especially the War Crimes Court. But that was a failed effort. Commissioner Master Washington, all other commissioners, we have tried to remain friends as much as possible. We stay in contact and all of that. But I will say something about these particular commissioners who went on air. This is what most people don't know because I haven't said it. They made 4 different attempts to impeach me whilst I was commissioner of the TRC. And those attempts was not for anything bad that I did, simply because I stood for what I thought was right. And one of the reasons they wanted to impeach me was because I insisted that no commissioner should bring an employee to work at the commission. Every staff member should be independently recruited, and they should have no relationship with any member of the commission. And I was fought, but yes, still I prevailed because I felt it was, and we made that a standard rule. And international experts had to come in and advise them that what the chairman is saying is correct. It is only good for the integrity of the commission. But one commissioner of all the commissioners resisted, and she insisted, Martha Washington, insisted that she would employ her relatives. She employed her sister as assistant in her office. She employed her brother as driver, and she employed her uncle as security. It was not a fight worth fighting. She was just one out of other commissioners. And so we continued the work of the commission. And there were other times also. I remember the commission didn't have money. And I said, every staff will have to cut back. We have to take some slash in the salaries of the staff. The staff agreed. Commissioners refused and said no, they wouldn't take any pay cut. I insisted there has to be pay cut. If the staff will accept a pay cut, commissioners also should take a pay cut. On that basis, she led an attempt also by commissioners to remove me because of that. That also failed. That was the second time. The third time had to deal with staff that were going out of town and they needed DSA. I said the staff going out of town were going to do similar work as commissioners, so they should get equal compensation in terms of DSA for their time out of town. Commissioners felt no. They said commissioners are commissioners. Commissioners should have something different, much higher than staff. And we said no. Everybody should be entitled to DSA based upon government standards. That was the third time again. They tried to remove me because of that. So what I'm saying, a good working relationship, but there were frictions. And I've managed, and we all have managed to maintain that relationship until now. And I feel the recent outburst was purely out of context. Since the TRC, I've never reacted to anything anybody say in terms of criticism. I feel the public is free to express their views and people have the right to critique the work of the commission. But this one was a deliberate attempt, bringing the TRC into the international justice group work. It was unnecessary, and the intent was purely to discredit the TRC. And that's why I stepped in, because I knew it was for pecuniary and other purposes and nothing to advance the work of the TRC or the ends of justice.
Well, folks, if you're just joining us, this is Ashford Garley Live via BridgeRadioAfrica.com. We have with us tonight the former chair of TRC, Councillor Joan Verdier. We're going to be going to the line very shortly, but please, we have 463 people watching right now. Please share the video, because I have not said anything about the breaking news I have for you tonight. I need you to share the video. We have the Honorable Commissioner in the building. But first, we want to go to Tunisia. Well, you remember the just that is the ambassador of Senegal that was rushed to Tunisia, passed away.
Very unfortunate.
Yeah, over the last few weeks, we heard that she was abandoned. But we have updated news. You, my followers and supporters, I called up on you a couple of weeks ago, and you raised $1,100, and we sent the money to Tunisia, 100%. And I have the president of the Liberian Association in Tunisia, Mr. Stephen Lee, to say thank you to you all. Mr. Lee, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead. You're live on the radio.
Okay, for my morning to all, and good afternoon or good evening, wherever the others are. Today we received the amount of 1140, which is $1,140. That was sent by the Liberians in the United States that contributed towards the aid of Kadi, the daughter of the deceased. I would really like to appreciate and to extend my thanks to all those who made their contribution, and may God continue to bless them today when they receive the money. And secondly, we're informed today by the hospital that the Liberian government has paid the bills, which of course they received it today. Today was confirmed officially. And so we are expecting a delegation from Dakar, probably anytime this week, to come and collect the body to take it to Liberia for a proper burial. So I really want to thank you, Mr. Garley. You ready? May God richly bless you.
No, thank Breeze Radio. Don't thank me. Thank Breeze Radio.
Yeah, but through your outspacing, Breeze Radio can function. So I would like to thank every member of Breeze Radio, including you and the listeners and the contributors, that you keep on the effort, and with your effort and with our effort, Liberia will be going to a greater path. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's the voice of Mr. Stephen Lee, the president of the Liberian Association in Tunisia, Tunis, making his presence known here tonight about the reception of the money that was sent through you, through the highway. You encouraged me. You said, Ashford, we need to do something for little Kade. And with the help, you came out in numbers, and we raised almost $1,200 for the young lady who was schooling in Ukraine. She had to abandon her schooling just to take care of her sick mother. I want to say thank you to all our followers and viewers for what you've done and continue to do for Mama Liberia. We have another caller on the line. Hello, caller. Tell us where you call from. It's a 404 number. Hello, caller. Are you there? Okay. Let us go back to Information Highway. Perhaps Mrs. Letty Brooks Roberts has something for Consider Verdia.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Garley, and thank you, Councillor Verdia, for being here with us. We appreciate your time and your expertise. Before we take some questions from Councillor Verdia, we would also like to admonish our listening audience to please be respectful and kind in asking your questions and addressing our guests. So as you call in, please be ready with your questions and be clear and not repetitive. I want to say thank you to all of you for coming out this evening to listen to this all-important conversation regarding our country, Liberia, and the march for justice, or the quest, rather, for justice. Thank you.
Again, the numbers to call, 248-979-1718 and 313-408-8396. I just painted the numbers. And as we wait for callers to come in, like to we have a few comments out there that you can read out, because what I said from the VIP box, Liberia has 0 and the Societal Ills has 0. We still have a couple of breaking news to give out to the people, but we encourage them to share the video. And speaking of callers, I believe we'll have a caller on the line. Hello, caller. Tell us your name and where you call from.
Rodney Chesson from Rhode Island.
Rodney, you might want to please lower the receiver in the back.
Hold on my phone. Okay, hold on. Let me send this in.
Mr. Chesson, I just want you to know that I am a big fan of you, and I want to say thanks. you shared my video last week, and I'm so happy that I have the opportunity to talk to you for the first time. Go ahead and ask your question. The Honorable Commissioner is listening to you.
Thank you, Ashford. It's good having British Radio around, and you guys touch on some very important issues that concern the Liberian people in Liberia. Councillor Verdi, how are you?
I'm great, brother. Thank you. How are you?
Not bad. I haven't seen you in a long while.
Yes.
This TRC recommendation about reduction in salary, whose proposal was it?
Who sponsored it?
You said there was you requested people to reduce their salaries, right? On the commission.
Yes, we had to do it to survive. We were being underfunded. And
can you tell me why? Why the underfunding?
Why the underfunding?
Yeah.
The support wasn't coming in as it should. Throughout the period of the 3 years, in total, we had to give up about 1 year of salary just to support the work of the commission, because we felt that we couldn't be receiving salaries and then we are not working. So we had to make sure there's some operations going on while we're receiving the salaries. The government of Liberia was providing for salaries, and they were current with that as far as at that time was concerned. But for operations, there were limited funding, and so we had to use some of our time to go out and raise some fund to get the work of the commission going.
You still there?
Yeah, we're still here. We're still here. We're listening to you, Rodney.
No, because the reason why I asked this question, because with all the pressing issues of the TRC, with all the concerns of the money that were coming into the country to pay government officials, I mean, I find it unsettling to have the TRC functioning in the interest of peace and stability in Liberia, and the funds weren't being pumped into making it feasible. Because at some point I see with the commissioner that it was being paid to do the job. The other people in our country being paid $15,000 as salary. They needed to reduce their pay for the work of the TRC, which is very significant in alleviating the sufferings of Liberia, the mental sufferings of Liberian people. So my point is, from the onset, and if you read my comment I put on your page, it is evident that this Ellen Johnson Sirleaf woman had no intention of implementing or even, they were only certifying some process to say we went through a peace process, because she was implicated in everything. So the expectation of the TRC under Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and her being implicated and being recommended for punishment defeated the whole purpose of the TRC. I mean, even though I'm glad you all pushed through it, it was significant on your part, and it was a challenge too. You know, you see the people trying to get rid of you 3 times. The trust in our country is bad. Okay. I know you personally, and I know what you did. That's why I keep pushing for the TRC report, because I know that thing was to be pushed under the table if we didn't have strong people there to do it. So that's my point about this whole TRC thing. The government then, the government now, is all beholding the failure of the TRC. Because that's why Ellen appointed and recommended George Weah to the international community. And talk about societal change. How society will change, and you bring an uneducated man to introduce him to lead the Liberian people. You know, at least if she had taken her hand out of that and let the Liberian people themselves decide. But when the president recommends an uneducated man A man who knows, she knows I've been dealing with her. And I've been dealing the war and been having all these mixed issues in Liberia. By recommending him, she took that independence from the Liberian people. And that further implicates her in the corruption under this government too.
Okay, I will allow our Councilor Verde to answer the question. We will have lots of people on the line. And thank you so much, Mr. Chesson, for calling in tonight.
I appreciate that. James, have a good day.
Okay, I will allow you to answer Councilor Verde, then we can take some more calls. Go ahead, Councilor Verde.
Yeah, I think basically he raised the issue of conflict of interest. The president had an interest. If she had her way, perhaps the work of the commission would not have been done, but she did display some level of support to her credit for the commission, but unfortunately, it didn't go far enough. And the fact that she did not do much for the implementation of the recommendations also speaks very highly of what the intentions were. And Chesson referred to her destination of Mr. Weah as president of Liberia. We know that the elections ended up in controversy. We know that she had several other politicians who were hoping to win her endorsement: Bromsky, Boykai, Cummings, and in the end, she selected the person who seemed to have the most votes, whose win would appear to be as convincing as possible. And here we have Mr. Chesson had a very unkind description of Mr. Weah, but it is not so flattering, given what we have experienced and what is going on in the country, the downward trend of the country, the corruption, the impunity, the lack of support for justice, all of that justifies what Mr. Chesson have said.
Okay, well, let us go back to the line right now and want to take this call from California. Go ahead and tell us your name and where you call from again. I know you're from California, but go ahead and make your point.
Yes, good afternoon from my end in California, to be specific, the San Francisco Bay Area.
Okay,
and
you have 1 minute. We have a lot of callers on the line. You have 1 minute, please, to ask your question.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. I have 2 questions, and possibly it could go 3, but let me ask 2 questions quickly. So what's the relationship with the international community as it relates to the International Justice Group? And what's your jurisdiction as it relates to Liberia case? Because you recommending cases to the international court. I want to know your scope of work and your limitation. And secondly, what's the difference between the TRC work and also the relationship with the U.S. government and other partners? And what was the funding for the TRC? Because it was also implemented. I mean, it was part of the agreement. So was the funding coming from the international community or the Liberian government? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I mean, you're a lawyer, Councilor Verde. I believe you're taking notes and you can answer another question. So we are 770-355-9094. Tell us your name and where you call from.
Ashford, Garley, this is Yacindy Martin, a justice advocate.
Happy belated birthday, by the way, and congratulations.
Thank you so much. I want to first of all say welcome to the counselor, and I want to say thank him for his tireless work for humanity, because even his life had been in harm's way. His children was one attempted to be kidnapped just so he would shut up, but he's still working. So people like him give me hope to do what I do, because it shows that there's still good people in Liberia. There's still good men who are willing to stand and make all the sacrifices, even the ultimate one,
to see the next generation do better. So I want to say thank you. And I also want to say thank you because we've been on this route to get him out for a moment here, that he would avail himself, that would do a town hall via Zoom or go to meeting, whatever, that Liberian people can understand this is not a witch hunt. You know, we have to educate our people. Besides, talking about the financing, we have, and I've been talking to all of you, so saying he's on now, he can maybe elaborate a little bit on it. We have the digitalized eyewitness report and victims report here that is stored in the University of Georgia Tech, Emory University. And it's confiscated because we owe them. Ellen should have paid for it and she did not. That's how much support she was given. Well, and I promise not to talk about Ellie until we get to the point that I need to talk about her.
Well,
so I'm just going to cut it right here and leave it at
30
that.
seconds, because a lot of people are going to just ask the question
And that's why they want to ask question. I get that, but we are in the front line working. So, Councilor John and Verdi, thank you for being here. It's great that you avail yourself so the Liberian people can hear where we're headed, where we're going.
Yes.
I want you to touch on that particular because that's our next quest. And let me say thank you to Mr. Chesson. Whenever it comes to this justice, he's the first time when people were laughing at all in New York, he was there in the room with me. When I call out for people to raise this money, he is the first to pay his $50. And all we ask is 500 Liberians to give $50. While we are pointing to the international community to finance us, this is our quest. We have to initiate that it is important to us. And how important it is, that's how people will come to help us. So that is all I wanted to add, and I also wanted to hear the council add his voice to that, and we will have him available where we can have access to him for people to ask the message. Maybe we encourage them to come on board and be part of this quest. That is not just Jerome Verdier or Ashford Garley or Yasendi or Howard Menska or Sis Letty or Emmerich or Doug or just the few of us by Zawi quest, but it is a quest of all Liberia and for the betterment of the future. I'm 50. But Ashley said I'm 57, so I'm not looking for a future. I'm looking for a legacy to leave where my children can have a nation they can go to and proud of. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, brother Ashford, for what you do. God bless you. Bye bye.
Okay.
You
the
so
fact
much.
that just take this one call from 207-571-4036. Tell us the name of where you call from.
Hey, Ashford, how you doing?
Good. I'm too blessed to be stressed. Tell us the name of where you call from.
For sure, Thomas calling from the state of Maine.
Mr. Thomas, welcome to the show. Councilor Verdi is listening to you.
Yeah, I got two questions for Councilor Verdi. Yeah, if it comes to I wanted to know what is the relationship between you and the CDC, because I heard them accusing you that because you wanted this, you wanted that, and then you have been witch hunting the sedition. And then what is our standing if it comes to the War and Economic Crime Court establishment in Liberia? Thank you.
Okay, that's the voice of Mr. Charles Thurmans. And then one more call, Councilor, then you can go. We have 484-425-3351. Tell us the name of where you call from.
Yeah, Ashford, Garley, this is Thomas Square. I'm calling from Pennsylvania.
Welcome to the show. You live, and the councilor is listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I have a question for the councilor that Councilor Verdi, when you turn out as commissioner during the Helen regime, and I know you are being paid, a luxury salary and stuff, but after the TRC report was submitted to Helen during her term as president, did you ever have any consultation with her, or did she ever came out to tell you like her views on the report? I'm asking just something like you guys talk one-on-one or like you discuss with her. Did that ever happen?
Thank you.
Can you please repeat that last question?
And be a lot more audible, please. Speak a little bit louder so he can get what you're saying.
Okay, hold on.
The last part of the question, I got the first part.
No, I'm saying, I know during again, you then paid on time and HR and stuff, everything. But then my question is, after the TRC report came out, did you ever discuss it with the president and to see what was her view? I know there was implemented policy, but was there any discussion held between you and the past president? Maybe something that was done orally or documented, anything like that?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Correa. And again, please hold on to the calls until we can hear from the councillor. With that, this young man has been very persistent. He's 218, or young man or lady, 218-329-4742. Tell us your name and where you call from.
I'm calling from Fargo, North Dakota.
Go ahead, ask your question. Councillor Verde is listening to you.
Okay, my question has to do with the TRC report. The councillor said that it covers from 1979, I think, up to 2003 or 2005. And I just want to get a clarification because 2 weeks ago, I listened to the Solicitor General of Liberia, Councillor C4, on a 50-50 show, and he did say that if a war crime code is established, it's going to cover from 2000 upward, and it's not going to come downward up from 1990 or 1979. So I just need a clarification. If those that committed India's crime during 1990, are they going to be included in the war crime code, or are they going to be exonerated?
Thank you. Okay, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say a big thanks to you for listening. We have with us tonight Councillor Joan Verdier, the former chair of TRC. I want to say a big thanks to him for taking off time of his busy schedule to honor our invite tonight. Councillor Verdier, you have the opportunity to answer these questions.
Thank you very much. I will start from the last question and then I will go to the first. There was World War I, 1914, and the Nazis were being prosecuted long after the war. So my question to the answer is yes. The War Crimes Code will cover the period from 1979 to 2003. The period you mentioned, the 1990s, yes, the War Crimes Code will cover that. And yes, the rationale perhaps that Councillor Cephas didn't take note of. There is a body of law called customary international law. Even before the ICC was established in 1998, everybody knew that murder was wrong. Everybody knew that rape was wrong. Everybody knew that to attempt to exterminate a particular tribe for political or other reasons was wrong. Everybody knew that to put fire on houses in a village and kill the people was wrong. So those customary laws existed long before the international code was established. So customary laws still carry weight. They are still laws today. People who committed crimes during the World War I of Hitler and the Nuremberg trials, if they are caught today, they will still be prosecuted under international law, and the ICC will apply. There's a reason why there's a special code for Liberia, simply because Liberian laws do not take into consideration international criminal laws. It does not take into consideration that crimes against humanity, as you know, we recommended to the ICC not to investigate war crimes in Liberia, but to investigate crimes against humanity. And the foundation of crimes against humanity is customary international law, that what you do, violating people's rights with impunity, is uncalled for. So the international community wants to do away with that culture. So yes, crimes going as far back as 1979 would be considered by the special court. And once the special court is established, it leads me down to the first question. The international community is unanimous. There's a consensus that there should be justice for Liberia because crimes and very heinous crimes were committed. The only thing that remains is for Mr. Weir, who is the chief executive, to agree and to sign on that yes, international community, we are ready. That is the only thing that is holding it up. Finances and all of that will be taken care of by the international community. So when the court is established, the court will have rules, the court will have jurisdiction. Those are the rules, those are the jurisdiction, and the extent of international laws that will be included in the court. The statutes of the court will state all of that. The extent of international customary laws will be considered in all of that. So yes, I think there was a little slip by the Solicitor General. The court will cover all of that, even crimes that were committed before the court. And the theory under there too is that no crime should be left unpunished. There should be punishment for every crime. Then somebody spoke of luxury salaries. No, we didn't get luxury salaries. We got the minimum that was possible, and we didn't want to argue. We got $3,000. That's what we're paid. And we lobbied with the international community. They gave us $1,800 in transportation allowances. But yes, still, that $4,800, we had to pay income taxes to the government of Liberia, which was 1/3. Under the TRC Act, we are supposed to be paid as much as associate justices of the Supreme Court. We weren't paid that. Under the TRC Act, the benefits of the justices of the Supreme Court should come to us, and the justices of the Supreme Court income are never taxed. But we were taxed 1/3 of that $4,800 went to income tax. And besides that, I used my own car, my personal vehicle throughout the work of the commission. I maintained it at my own expense. The government will not allow OMIL to give us security. And we said we didn't want police security or government security. So we provide security for ourselves at our own expense. So no, it was not a luxury. We were content with an environment to do a piece of work for our people as was necessary. Relationship with the CDC. I was the founding lawyer of the CDC. I organized the organizing committee of the CDC, and they didn't just come with me voluntarily. They pursued me vigorously. Mr. Weir himself, he pursued me, and I met a cross-section of youth, and I told them, I said, look, I've been going to America for the last 3 years trying to encourage Liberians in the diaspora to organize a political party because I'm here, I'm convinced that all of the political parties here are no use. They are decadent. They do not understand the role of a political party. They are not constituency-based. They are not community-based. They are not broad-based. They are not progressive. And so when you assist, so this effort is not strange. So if you young guys who want to organize a political party, you, Mr. Weir, coming from the US and wanting to get involved, fine. But I'm not a member of any political party. I never became a member of the CDC. The only political party I can proudly say I am a member of is the Student Unification Party of the University of Liberia. I went ahead, I worked with the CDC free of charge. My valuable time was invested. I sat down with the organizing committee. I did training on what a modern political party should be. I drafted a constitution. We had principles of integrity, public integrity. We have anti-corruption principles in there. We have anti-bribery principles, and a lot of competent principles were embedded into the Constitution. But I heard the Constitution was later bastardized after I left, and it took all of those out. So the issue came out as to whether Mr. Weah should declare his intention to run for the CDC. And they came to me for advice. I said, look, in these modern times, we have to stick to democratic principles. And the Elections Commission insists on internal democracy. So it would be premature for you to declare intention when the party has not even been registered. You know, and then they say, well, if he declares his intention, we will raise a lot of money. I said, one, it is corruption to bend the rules because of money. And it is too premature to pursue money as a primary objective for moving this process forward. You know, so Mr. Weah went to America, and I heard the next day on the radio, to his credit, a lot of questions went to him. He told them, you go to council, I asked him that question. And I was very candid. I said it was wrong to do so. It would be best when the party is firstly registered. The party declares its primary, and then people who are interested can gather, attend the primary, let the political process go through. Make sure that the internal democratic process is fully adhered to. Then I heard Mr. Weah declare his intention. So I convened those who were here. I said, look, I've heard this, and it's very, very unfortunate. I heard him saying people have petitioned him. In a democratic process, petitions are undemocratic. You become a leader by going through the party's primaries. And secondly, I don't believe that you should look for money as the driving force, or greed or anxiety or desire for money should be the driving force. So because of that, I cannot continue. Today will be my last day. Here are your documents. And what were those documents? They were documents that I have prepared for submission to the probate court so the party can begin its process of registration. I didn't sign those documents because I was leaving, but the packet was prepared and the file was left with them, with the chairman, to give it to whosoever they will appoint or select as a lawyer to continue their process. And that's how I left. So I was never a member of the CDC. And because I wasn't, no primary was held for me to want to contest or express a desire to be president. I believe I have all and more than beyond the qualification. If it is God's will that I should aspire for that office, or I get to see myself in competition for that office, so be it. Weah is not my competitor, and he never was, because I was in the party. I've never joined the party, and I left. After the 95 elections, CDC came second, and they were going second round with Madam Salif.
2005, not 95.
Oh, yes, thank you, 2005. They called me to a mass assembly and said, look, you don't well for us, we appreciate it, and we are about to extend to the leadership of this country, and we need you, so please come back and join us. I simply said, oh, thank you, I appreciate the honor, but it appears to me that the issues that I raised have not been addressed, and for now, I'm busy with civil society again, so I don't have the time to engage in your political work. And I hear you have somebody who has been acting. I think you should continue with the person. And I said, no, thank you. And that's how I left. So all that talk about me having an interest and that interest was denied, it's just rebel propaganda. Okay, the rebels were not in the party at the time, so they don't know. And even the press secretary to the president, I don't think he was aware, or they are intentionally saying it just to score points, and they are cheap points, because I wouldn't have a conflict with anybody when it comes to ascending to the highest office of our land. God's willing, if that is God's will for me, definitely it will be. I need not worry or squabble about it. And the main point to raise there is that Mr. Weah have heard all of these things, he hasn't reacted. Maybe he has forgotten, but I just consider it to be rebel propaganda. That's why I haven't really addressed myself to it. So there's nothing. I left the TRC at my own, the CDC at my own will. I wasn't paid for my services, so they had no claim over me. Of course, we established a fiduciary relationship that I valued. That is why when I was leaving, I told them yes. Then the question of the TRC archives and the status. Yes, the documentation of the TRC are stored at Emory University. It was necessary because the government of Liberia refused to pay the rent for the office that the TRC was using, and the landlords were preparing to evict the TRC. We raised the question with the president of the archives. She didn't show any interest. And so we talked to some of our patrons that we have a huge archives here that needs to be preserved. And then Emory University agreed to host the archives so that any time the government of Liberia is prepared for those very valuable and important documents, they will surrender it to the government of Liberia. And that's the agreement we signed with them. And then they came to Liberia and we systematically, orderly, packed all of those documents in the container and they were shipped to the U.S. at the university.
Please hold that thought, Councillor Verdier. Folks, just so you know, today's program has been brought to you by these folks, and they are our sponsors for the program. Bendo Hunter, Dr. Mariah Seaton, Francis Power, Ann Payne, Pauline Maximo, Eric Maxwell, Ebit Liberia, and Workman Sidono. These are our sponsors tonight. Let us now take a few words from this.
Go ask her, she issue me talk, telling me say she tired and I'm feeling okay today. So she will start cooking the time she feel it. She not feeling cooking. Oh, I said, Jebe, what thing making you not feeling good? Jebe want talk back to me. I whistle on your ear. All the people go also. You can't no food. That one, they issue me talk. I beg you, man.
No, my man John, that bad you do. No, that bad. Oh, but you don't know beating woman understand now. Ever say this time, my man, we can just talk to our woman. You can say sweet into them. We can talk that sweet. No, you can say my chemo. Hey, my darling, my sweetie, hey, man, I'm hungry. Now, where do you go today? Or the day you do, I don't like it, but to be woman that bad. No, I say my own chemo. The naked way I can talk to her sex, everything can be all right. She can be happy. I can get anything I want. And you know, and you see how she can be happy with our children sex? So look, John, my brother, when you beg, I have your friend here. Come lecture with me. I will lecture you how to take care of woman to cool your heart. I will show you woman 101. Beating woman not good. You ought to style. And look at you. Who the woman you ever? Because when your friend, man, he will buzz your dude.
This announcement was brought to you by Diaspora Women for Change Incorporated and Alliance for Liberian Women International.
And we also love to say a big thanks to Theresa Williams. Thanks for your contribution. And Musu Dober, thank you so much for your sponsorship. Catherine Jones, thank you so much. Lama Shepard, thank you so much for your contribution as well as a sponsor. Colin Riches, thank you so much for your contribution. Folks, this is how we keep the radio station going. We have folks in Liberia that have the local team going. We have to pay for the internet. We have to have the website going. And with your sponsorships, that's how we keep to being on the air. Back to you, Councillor Verdier.
Thank you very much. I was just ending with the third question. Yes, so the archives are there, and in response to my sister, yes, I'm willing to attend any town hall meetings that would be necessary to advance this work. Sometime back, I couldn't do so, and I just kept myself in a little isolation. And another issue she raised has to do with the TRC website. We need up to about 10,000 to get the website going. We have signed a 10-year agreement with the host, which was also managed by Georgia Tech. The technicians were doing that. But after the TRC, basically with my own personal issues, I forgot that the 10 years ran so fast. And so the website was brought down. And when I contacted them and said, oh, they say we need to reconstruct, it's not easy to just put it back up. And it's going to cost a mere hour 10,000 US dollars. That's what she was referring to, that we don't have, that we need to put together to get the TRC website going again. Then the first question, the International Justice Group has no relationship with the ICC, except that the ICC is pursuing justice, and we are pursuing justice also. We are an NGO, and under the laws of the ICC, NGO can request referrals, and that is all we did. We asked them, we referred to them the case of Liberia. We presented evidence, and we requested them to take interest in Liberia and investigate, not war crimes, but crimes against humanity. Basically the same sort of crimes, but one is committed during war times and another is committed during times of peace. So that is where it is. The funding of the TRC, somebody asked, came from the international community. And we received up to about 10 million, a little more than that. And before we left, we insisted and asked to be audited. And the TRC was audited 5 different times by 5 different institutions, including the EU, UCID, a firm from Ghana, the General Auditing Commission in Liberia, and then another institution that I cannot really recall now. So the international community role in the implementation of the TRC, the international community is resolved. There is consensus that there should be justice in Liberia. I heard on one of the radios, Mr. Brecht, and he made a salient point that has resonated well with me. He says, the only way anybody can deny the relevance of the TRC or its recommendations is if a war did not take place in Liberia and no atrocities were committed. And as you know, the war took place. You know, the atrocities were committed. We named the perpetrators. We investigated the war. It's very detailed, the report on the number of crimes that were committed by each faction. That's how we have Mr. Prince Johnson listed there as the most forgotten. But he's the most abusive or the most egregious warlord, because the crimes he committed by himself is even more than his faction or what other members of his faction did. So we itemized the number of crimes that were committed by each by each faction. We identified perpetrators from all of the factions. We identified those who were making decisions in boardrooms and raising money. So yes, the international community saw all of that and said, if there is no justice in Liberia, the country will not make progress, because impunity will undermine the rule of law. Impunity will undermine the fight against corruption. Impunity will undermine the advancement of a culture of respect for human rights in Liberia. It is on those principles that the international community is saying, in order for Liberia to rejoin the international community fully and play its role as a member of the community of civilized nations, it has to pursue justice. And to the best of my knowledge, there is nowhere where there is justice, it leads to chaos. South Africa is a good example. Sierra Leone, very well next door, is a good example. Sierra Leone is making progress. Today, Sierra Leone is stable enough to supply our fuel when we steal everything. And the only reason why you see people keep stealing and committing crimes like that is because of impunity. They believe nothing will happen. If nothing happened during Charles Taylor's time, nothing happened between Doe time, nothing happened during Ellen Johnson's time, there is the likelihood they believe that nothing will happen to them. And this is where they are going to receive a very rude awakening, because there will be justice in Liberia. Everybody who are culpable, everybody who committing crimes, especially the main leaders. And this is where Jefferson Koji comes in. Even if Jefferson Koji is left off the hook, Mr. Weah will not go free, because Mr. Weah is the one who is financing Jefferson Koji. He is the one who is supporting Jefferson Koji. He's the one who appointed Jefferson Koji. Jefferson Koji's loyalty is to him. Jefferson Koji obeys and follows all instructions from Mr. Weah. So Mr. Weah is more culpable as Jefferson Koji, if not equally as culpable. That answers the questions basically.
The voice of Councillor Jerome Verdi and our special guest tonight. Again, we'll take a few more questions. Then we'll go back to the field of play. Of course, before we leave today, we're going to break the news that we had for you. So stay tuned. Please share the video as we take a few more calls. Right now, we have 267-702-7967. Tell us the name and where you call from. Two 267-702-7967. Tell us the name where you call from. Well, we have a caller that is falling asleep on us here tonight. And again, again, folks, if you just joined
Unknown caller.
Okay, take this caller. Hello, caller. Tell us the name of where you call from. Hello. You live on the radio. Tell us the name. Yeah. Tell us the name where you might just want to please lower your receiver. Tell us the name of where you call from.
Sure.
Yeah, hello, I'm sorry, man. This is Munel Kishan.
Can you hear me?
I'm from New Jersey. How are you?
I am speaking to this caller 614-556-0348. Tell us the name and where you call from.
Sir. Yeah, Mr. Ashford, my question is to the honorable councillor, Ryder. So many victims, has died, and more will die without seeing justice in Liberia. And I personally want to remain alive, even though there is nothing going on, but I want to see that those who are heading our entire country are the very ones that committed crimes in Liberia. Do you have anything in mind to tell the Liberian people as to how soon can they expect the international community to force George Weah to consent to the establishment of this war crime code so that the TRC can be implemented? Do you have any clue on that? My second question is, like you rightly said, nothing happened during those time, nothing happened charged at that time, even Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf deliberately allowed George Weah to succeed her because she does not want to go to court. And she knows that George Weah will refuse to sign that paper. That's the reason why she allowed him to succeed him. Do you have any clue as to whether if George Weah don't sign this paper, don't allow this war crime code to come, would there be any kind of force from the outside world to allow him to do this? That's my question, sir.
Thank you. And then let us take this caller, 267-702-7967. Tell us the name of where you call from.
Yeah, hello, Ashford. This is Munel Kishan calling from New Jersey.
Okay.
AKA the General.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah, hello, Councillor Voida. How are you, sir?
Good. I'm great, my brother.
Yes.
Thank you.
This is Mooneyboy. I know you know this name. When I say Mooneyboy, you know exactly. But I just want to tell you thank you. I want to say it's not a question for you because I know you. I know the kind of person you are. I just want to say thank you for your honesty, your hard work, and serving your people. And I want you to keep it up. I know justice will come to Liberia one day. I don't care whether if I've served in the war, let me pay the price. But justice will come. You did your part. You were in that country during the whole war. I know your brother. I know you know me, so there's not nothing. But I know you. I know what you stand for. And I'm happy that you were able to come up today and explain, because some of us, we explain to friends about you, or sometimes they didn't believe it. But I'm happy that you had this interview with with Ashford. I want to say, Ashford, thank you very much for bringing it up, that the Liberian people would listen. Honesty is what people live by. That's it. If you are honest, you will not hate nobody and you will not take side. So I just want to say thank you very, very much. You are a patriot. And I will tell you, I'm not going to say much, but the day you read it, that's it. But thank you for your service to your country.
Thank you.
Thank you,
very much,
Moneyball.
Ashford.
I'm so happy to hear from you.
That's the voice of Moneyball. Let us go to Ms. Hawa Mersker from the state of Colorado. Hello, welcome to the show. We're all ears. The counselor is listening for your question, Hawa.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Garley, for having me, and thank you, Counselor, for your continuous quest in the quest for justice for our people and for our nation. But as a victim sister and a justice advocate, I want to ask you a specific question. With the continuous behavior of impunity in Liberia, how confident are you, which I know, you have done other things to push forward, you are explaining further about, some of the roadblocks you had. But the way our nation is going now, that it has become a norm, and it has been a practice over and over and over, even before I was born. My question for you, how confident are you that we are going to win this cause for justice?
Okay, that's the voice of Ms. Howard Mersker from Colorado, and would now turn things over to Councilor Jiren Verdier as she answers these questions. Councilor Verdier.
Thank you, Howard. And we want to admonish you to take courage, to be steadfast, and know that our God is a God of justice. And because of that, justice will come to Liberia. If the Liberian people desire a better country, they will insist, they will be steadfast, and they will fight for justice, just as I have done. You are doing your part. Your colleagues, and others, including our host today, they are all doing their part. But the Liberian people have a part to play. And there is a God above that we all should rely on. The Bible says the heart of the king is in the hands of God. I know God's hands is upon that country. If not so, Liberia would have been extinguished by now. Liberia would have lost her sovereignty at several different times in her history, I think about 3 times. But Liberia is a very significant country. Liberia shares a very unique history with Israel and the United States. Liberia was instrumental in the declaration of Israel as an independent state, in fulfillment of biblical prophecy. Liberia provided the first female Secretary General of the United Nations. Liberia is a very important state. We are going through a period which has a very steep learning curve, but we will get there. I'm very, very confident before the turn of this century, of this decade. I'm very, very confident. Let's pray for long life and keep interceding with God and begging God. The Lord said if his people will turn to him, change their ways, confess their sins, he will listen to our petition, he will answer our prayers, and he will heal our land. I'm very confident that Liberia will be healed. There will be justice. It may seem a long fight, but let's continue. Let's pray for strength. Let us not give up. Let us not listen to the detractors. Let us pay attention to the conviction we have that this country will be no better for our children if there is no justice. And so I'm convinced before the turn of the decade, justice will be restored to Liberia. I don't have the magic wand, but our God is a God of all possibilities. He's a God of righteousness and justice. He sees his throne is founded on righteousness and justice. So definitely he will give Liberia justice. Is there any clue of a force? No, the international community will not force Mr. Weah to do it. Mr. Weah claims to be elected democratically by the people of Liberia. They put him there for whatever reason. They are convinced that he was the mayor at the time. And the Liberian people will have to pressure him to sign that instrument that will authorize the establishment of the court in Liberia. I don't think the international community is inclined on forcing him to do. They can use diplomatic and other pressures to get him to realize that he is ruining his country, he is suffering his people, he is degrading his people, and that the country is going nowhere. If he's a progressive leader and wants his country to go somewhere, he will begin to take steps to institute justice and the rule of law in Liberia. Otherwise than that, we will continue in a vicious cycle that will take us nowhere. So the international community is prepared, but they are just waiting on Mr. Weah and the Liberian people to make a decision.
Okay, that's the voice of Councillor Jerome Verdier. We'll take 2 more calls, and folks, I'm telling you, I'm going to overtime tonight because I'm here for you, right? And you are the sponsors. Because of you, I am here, so we are going to stay a little extra tonight. Let us take this call from 713-231-3582. Tell us your name and where you call from.
The Giant Garley. This is Ali Kumar, aka Ali Samba. Hi to meet our Councillor Jerome Verdier. I'm a fan. And Mr. Garley, thank you for the show today. A lot of time I do not approve of your shows because you do disrespect George Weah a little bit too much. But this particular show that you have hosted today kind of clear all that out. I mean, we're starting on a whole new foot now from tonight on. Look, Councillor, first of all, let me just say, I know you haven't said it, but let me just say I need you to run in the next coming election, and I volunteer my services. I will run your campaign free of charge. Don't pay me anything. Okay?
Okay, my brother.
A political disposition. My only thing with this, though, is Councillor Verdier, we know that the international community cannot impose upon George Weah to sign any documents. Everything has to be somehow bilateral. But my point is, people like you who have this constitutional or legal weight cannot sit back and just stay mute. George Weah is not going to do anything without pressure. I love George Weah. He's my man. But the brother is not going to move. The old people say the total scenario, you got to actually let the fire cool. Put enough fire on and put on the back. That's the only time it moves. And that's the kind of person George Weah is by nature. And we need people like you. Let us not allow Serena Seafrost to make the legal air blurry. Somebody like you have to always come out and clarify some of the things that Serena says. Serena is a trained, educated lawyer, so a lot of us who do not know law, he has his ways with words when it comes to, propelling those ideas. So we embrace this show. We hope Mr. Garlick's show is not the last one. We hope you also come back on Mr. Garlick's show on several occasions. We want you guys to push this war crime code thing. It has to come. It has to come, and it has to come now, Mr. Garlick. The risk is not to the swift. I know other people believe that there were a lot of other advocates and yada, 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 but we're talking about substance, and today's thing has substance. When you bring the right people to the public, to the citizenry, then you even do better than somebody who's been doing it for 30 years. Doesn't matter. The number doesn't matter. So thank you so much. And again, Aliyu V. Kamara here, or Aliyu V. Samba, I am your fan, Councillor Verdier. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aliyu. Let us take a word from Mr. Moses, a.k.a. Mr. Steve Bowley, calling from Arizona. Mr. Bowley, you live, and welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Garley, and I want to say thanks to Councillor Verdier. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to say thanks to you and thanks to Councillor Verdier for this important conversation. As usual, I want to remind the Liberian people that they're the most important people, whether you believe it or not, is a fact. I also want to remind the Liberian women that they're the most beautiful women on earth. And again, that's another fact. I have two questions here for Councillor Verdier. My question is in reference to, and I'm not asking this question out of ignorance, but I just need some clarity here about the statement that was made by Representative Smith from New Jersey. How does it reconcile with? How does this statement reconcile with the Magnitsky Act that Representative Smith mentioned when the June 30th protest was coming on in Liberia, and we saw that there was defiance to this aspect of what the representative wrote in his message just before the June 30th protest that was held on the 6th of January. We saw that Liberian people were tear gassed. What do you think about that? My next question would be the unfolding of current events in Liberia, especially the most recent one of Zeno, the journalist Zeno Miller from OKFM that mysteriously died, and we are getting conflicting information from whether for family members or others. We are getting conflicting information. So my question here is, how does it affect what recommendation they've already made to Jefferson Koji as compared to future observances and things that are happening in Liberia now, because there are crimes still being committed? Those are my questions or my concerns. Thanks.
Thank you. Let us take this call from 401-919-0867. Tell us your name and where you call from.
My name is Ojibu Ntage. I'm calling from Rhode Island.
Go ahead, make your point. You live on the radio and the council is listening.
How you doing, JJV? How are you? This is Ojibu Tage. How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm great. Nice hearing from you, my brother.
How are you? Thank you for the hard work you've been doing. I've been trying to get in touch with you, but we're going to talk that later when I will try to see how I can get in touch with you after my question. My question has to do, Prof, who are actually responsible for the TRT to report to for the family as to the implementation towards what they find? And B to that is, why was it not implemented and then the TRT just went into silence? Why?
Okay, thank you. That was the question. And we'll take one more call, and then the councilor will speak. Hello, caller. Tell us your name and where you call from. 646-689.
646. Hi, 646. It's Alfonso Nina. I'm calling from Pennsylvania.
Go ahead, make it. Give a question.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Two basic questions. Question number one has to do with and I'm playing the devil's advocate here. How can holding people accountable and prosecuting people in Liberia for war crimes really contribute to development, the building of streets, roads in Liberia, which is what some people are saying? And again, I'm saying playing the devil's advocate. And number two is basically to give Councilor Verdier the opportunity to address whatever is going on in the TRC regarding the statement that was issued by other TRC members against the IJC's referral of Corinne Monrovia City Mayor to the ICC. I know there was a statement issued by other TRC members regarding that, and I just wanted to give him an opportunity to speak to that for the interest of the public. I do have some information, but this is not about me. This is about giving the public an opportunity.
Thank you. And then a Minnesota guy, lady is very persistent. That's 612-512-9272. Tell us the name where you call from.
Hello.
Tell us the name where you call from.
Well, my name is Michael Tickerson, and I call from Minnesota.
Okay, go ahead and make a point. You live on the radio, and the council is listening.
Thank you. Good evening, Councilor. Well, thank you for coming forth to make some clarity on some issues.
I have two questions basically.
Okay, you have 60 seconds. Can you please speed it up because we have a lot of people and time is fast spent. Please go ahead.
So we saw the TRC doing this work in Monrovia, and then President Sirleaf served. I want for Councillor Verder to tell me, beginning with Ellen administration, what did he say with respect to efforts made at the time to get this TRC report fully implemented? What was the effort made, and how does he see it? That's one. Two, with the statement issued by some commissioners that work with Councillor Verder, what is his consideration of the statement with respect to undermining the allegations that were made? Those are my two concerns.
Thank you. And the councillor, just before you go, I have a caller on the line. This caller, this is a survivor from the Lutheran. I'm not going to call the name. It's a survivor from the Lutheran massacre, and I believe she has a question for you. Go ahead, ma'am, and speak.
Councillor Verder, how are you? I'm happy that you are on tonight. Just trying to say what I want to say is kind of emotional for me. I'm one of the survivors of the massacre. My neck is slayed from my ears under my throat. For security reasons, I don't want to call my name. How can I get justice when the very same people that I saw during my youth that slayed my throat, that killed people, are the same people that I represented in Senator today, that they are the one holding power, but yet and still you want us to believe there will be justice. Every time I think about what went wrong in the Lutheran Church, because we are from certain group of ethnic group, it brings pain to my heart. So I was constrained to call you right now or call on the show because last night I spoke with Mr. Garley. And it's kind of emotional for me to look at my neck every time and there's nothing I can do as a child. So I'm asking you and I'm appealing to you because you can never turn the hands of time. So please do something for other people like me that needs justice. Please. 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 Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother, sister.
Okay, hold on, and Councillor, you will come in. Let me take this call from an advocate, Mr. Emmanuel Savage. It's on the line from Canada. Savage, hello and welcome to the show.
Hello there, Ashford. Just a second. Let me just get out of the noise here. I'll be 1 second, please. All right. I'm ready to go. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I'm doing very good, Ashford. How are you doing? And how are you, Councillor Verdier?
I'm fine, brother Savage. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Ashford. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I want to thank everybody that is after justice and accountability in Liberia. As you all know, that's what we fight for. We just established LOJA, Liberian United for Justice and Accountability, and one of the things we are fighting for is the implementation of the TRC. We will be back in March. As a matter of fact, we leave on Monday. We'll be engaging the National Legislature on Tuesday, the 3rd of March. We are going to once more remind the world that we're still waiting for justice in the Republic of Liberia. So we're asking all of you that care about justice to support us. We have a GoFundMe out there. Please support us. Do whatever you can. We will be there fighting for justice and accountability. But before I leave, I'm just at my daughter's birthday party, so I don't have all of the time to be on. But Council, I'd like to ask a question here.
Okay.
My question is about the resources of the TRC. There's a part that I read that said Because of limited resources, you guys could continue the investigation. Does that mean that others could be indicted later on? And I'm not sure because none of you have been decommissioned. So can we safely say that you guys still exist?
Okay. Is that all of the questions? Because he know he's gonna start from the whole.
Yeah. That's all my questions.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Savage. Let us bring in Cindy again. She wants 30 seconds, and then coming. You live. The counselor is after you. Then we're gonna go to the counselor and have you answer the question. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Brother Ashford. I just wanted to clarify something. I see a lot of people commenting and say that the counselor is quiet. He's not speaking. He's not talking. I know we're used to being loud. The counselor have been working diligently. Some of us who are in the front line have been talking to him. We're in contact with him. He's been mentoring us as to where we need to head, pointing us in the right direction. We talk literally 2-3 times a week. We text back and forth. We inbox each other. So he's leading the way, okay? Where most educated people work from, while you have the other people doing the work, he's doing the paper writing, the investigation. So he is working. I need people to understand that he is working, and he is working with us. He is working with me and other people just as advocate. So I needed Liberian people to know that it's a long drawn road. We see that. To my sister that just spoke, I feel your pain. I lost people in that Lutheran compound also. In fact, my uncle was castrated. So I have a personal fight. So my heart goes out to you, and that's why I'm out here. I'm out here for the betterment. So to all of you, the counselor is working. He's working. He's contacting the right people who can push the right buttons. But it also requires resources. When we're asking your help, Imana is asking help. I'm asking your help. We can do this. We have to change our past and fix our future. Thank you, Ashford, for calling me back. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. We'll not go to Councilor Verde, but just before that, we want to say today's program has been brought to you by the following sponsors: Bindu Hunter, Dr. Mariah Seaton, Francis Powart, N. Penn, Pauline Maximo, Eric Marshall, Ebit Liberia, Wickham, Sindolo, and we also like to say a big thanks to Theresa Williams. Thank you so much for your contribution. Musu Dauber, Catherine Jones. We also like to say a big thanks to Lamin Shepard, and of course, Kalon Regis. Those are our sponsors for today's program. And Councilor Verde will now answer the questions. Councilor, you're live on the radio.
Yes, my brother. I want to thank you because this is a moving moment and experience for me. Interacting with people I haven't spoken to in a long time. I thank Yah who continues to engage me. And Hawa and I have managed to interact here now. There was Tagi, there was Steve Boley. I think it's been more than 25 years that I've now heard from Steve Boley. Aliyu, I'm happy to hear from Aliyu also. And then there is Alfonso, so I'm happy that this meeting took place. I'm able to interact with my brothers and sisters. Touched me just now because what happened at the Lutheran Church was very, very brutal. I knew God, that's what I said at the beginning, was by God's destination that I participated on the TRC because I didn't do anything during all of the war, but I stayed there and saw it. And I am a member of the Lutheran Church, that very St. Peter's Lutheran Church. That's where I was baptized. So after the massacre, we went there to do the cleanup. I haven't mentioned it much because it's very, very emotional. What we saw, dead bodies, babies clutching onto the mother's breast, and the mother was killed. People were trying to escape through the windows, and they were shot or they were gashed with knives or machete. It was a very, very moving experience, so I can appreciate what our sister is going through. But the quest for justice, as Yas said, can be a long haul. And there are a lot to do about justice. And if she contacts the right lawyers here, some of the perpetrators can be sued here. Civilians can sue not criminally, but civilly, especially for those who have properties in the U.S., like Madame Salif. And several of them, I understand, and through investigation, we can establish who have properties. And you may not have to wait for the War Crimes Code and the prosecutorial aspect. You can sue them. Several victims can come together and sue these perpetrators right here in the United States, and they will get justice in terms of the relief that the court will give. Brother Service raised a point, and I think it's valid that we consolidate for justice. And what they are doing is yet another process to bring pressure to bear on a recalcitrant government. Somebody said Mr. Weah needs fire on his back. Yes, there's a need for fire. We have run the rounds, and the international community is concerned. They want peace and justice in Liberia so our dear country can begin to live again. At the moment, the nation is dying. It is fuel crisis. It is missing money. It is missing 25 million. It is missing fuel. What else is going to happen? From one crisis to another. That's anybody's imagination or guess. We need to stabilize our country. And one thing I hope Liberians will learn out of this experience is how do they choose their leaders? How do they set standards on who they think is best as a leader? Not the popularity. In politics, yes, numbers count, but in deciding who to choose, Liberian electorate has to sit down and consider what to do. That's why I say our political leaders are decadent. They are not serious about political change. I don't even think they can help the country. And on a personal view, you sometimes don't blame the people for voting Mr. Weah, because the elite, the so-called political elite, have failed the people. And they are all supposed to be educated, well-schooled, and experienced. And if they could not provide a better alternative for the people, what more will they do? You can blame them. Yes, you can blame them. They took what they felt was necessary. And look back. We have a society that has 85% illiteracy. And honesty is now going to 90. So clearly, I don't want to say they are ignorant. Liberian people are not ignorant, but in terms of the education that we value, they don't have. So of all the candidates, who is their natural constituent? Who is their natural leader? The one who is closest to them, the one who they can most identify their values with. And that is why Liberians are so disappointed. And I just hope the Liberian people will learn from this. That is not the popularity. And if we want leaders, we should look for leaders who are better than us. Leaders who we can trust. Leaders who are stable in their lifestyles and their past achievements, so that we do not repeat the scenario we are experiencing today with gross disenchantment and disappointment across the board. I understand water is getting short. I understand rice will soon be in shortage also. What's going on? Is the leader in love with the people? Is the leader a servant or a dictator who is serving himself and his inner cycle? Those are questions we have to consider when we decide who our next leaders should be. And please bear in mind, Liberian people, let your leaders next time be better than you. Hold your leaders to a higher standard, to the highest standard. Look at other countries. Look at Sierra Leone. Look at the United States. the kind of leaders and how they select their leaders. Look at other countries that have come from war. Look at Rwanda. So the leaders should exhibit something that you do not have, something that you can aspire for, something that your children can aspire for. But for now in Liberia, what our children are looking up to, nothing. The only thing, the good news coming out of Liberia is theft and corruption. And then when we advocate, we add impunity. That's all the children are hearing. It is bad for our country. We need to present something better to our country. And Mr. Weah still has an opportunity to buckle up. See how he can get rid of the thieves around him so he does not become the thief master. But as it is, he's the perpetrator in chief. Jefferson Kochi, he is the thief in chief, the finance minister. So there's a whole nation of thieves, an enterprise of criminals who are running our country and they do not know how to do it good. We leave that point. And then somebody asked about the situation with Massa and others who just came up recently. The RGG is not the TRC. We have our own internal mechanisms for making decisions and all of that. Coming to the public, attempting to attack the TRC under the guise of being disinformed or uninformed RGG members is very much disingenuous. Before Massa came public, I approached her and told her I'm aware that she is working with the government and she has become an agent for the government. She came to me and told me that the government wants to see me or meet with me in Ivory Coast. And after Ivory Coast, the government will want me to see me in Monrovia. They will provide a ticket, they will provide $20,000 allowance and all of that. I told her, I said, look, Master, I'm not interested. I'm willing to contribute to my government at any time. If the government is serious, let them come to Washington, D.C. I will make the arrangement and security will be provided. Or if they don't want security, whatever it is. But I cannot go there. I didn't hear from her. Yes. So I rejected that. And then she shows up in Monrovia talking blah, 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 blah. George Weah is not interested in the recommendations of the TRC or the establishment of the War Crime School. Jefferson Koji, who became her boss, is not interested. So she went to Monrovia.
Are you saying Massa works for Jefferson Koji? Is that what you're saying, Councilor Verdier?
Yes. Jefferson Koji and Mr. Weah. They sent for her. She was catered to by the government. She was given a government vehicle.
Are you talking about the tough-talking Massa Washington? Your partner, your workmate on the TRC now works for the government of Liberia.
Very unfortunate. Before she went to Liberia, I approached her. She has said in the IGG chat room that I am attacking people in government who are supporting the TRC. So I asked her, who are those people? I asked her 3 times, who are those people supporting the TRC that I am attacking? Prior to that, there was a member of the IGG who wrote a statement and he said he wanted to commend Mr. Weah. By the way, he's screwed. So I said, it is premature to commend Mr. Weah because of the statement he made at the United Nations. There's no substance to it. So just wait and see. If there's real substance, we all will come out and congratulate him. And Massa came there, made her contribution that we need to work with people, we need to work with the government. The government has people who are supporting TRC, and I'm just attacking them. I said, Massa, who are those people? I asked her 3 different times, she didn't tell me. On the 4th time when she didn't answer, I told her, I see you are behaving like an agent provocateur. If you don't tell me, I will know that you are working with the government. And the intention cannot be good. It must be an intention against the TRC. Because if you support...
Councilor Verdier, I also had the opportunity to speak with Massa. Massa said after they extended this invitation to you for you to meet him in Ivory Coast, you said You couldn't go to the Ivory Coast. If anything, they can meet you in Washington, D.C. And they said
That's right.
it was okay for them to meet you in Washington, D.C., but they attempted calling you and you never answered any of the calls from them.
That's a lie. Who called me and what is the number that called me? She didn't call me. I asked her, so I give you a response. Is there a feedback? She said no. She never came back to me with a feedback. But there's a part 2 to it that shows how compromised she is. A common friend of Julie Andy and myself called me and said, Counselor, I said, yes, ma'am. Julie wants your number. Should I give it to her? I said, wait for me. Give me a short time. Let me find out what Julie wants. So I hung up the phone and I called her 30 minutes later. I said, look, do you know that Julie works for George Weah? She said, no. I said, do you know that Julie is an errand girl for George Weah? She said, no. I said, well, give her the number. It's George Weah who wants the number. So I gave my number even before Massa came on board. And after I did that, about 2 weeks later, she came to me and said, look, you know, Julie and her sister are hustlers. They are always in every government. We need to find a way to work with them. She didn't know I've had an experience already. My tenants were up. I said, oh, really? She said, yes. I didn't say anything. I said, okay, if that's what you say. And I left it at that. Then she came with the proposal after the Julie Andy talk. Naturally, she was reached by Julie Andy, and whatever Julie Andy wants, or whatever the government wants, that's what they do her. She didn't tell me how she got word that the Weah government wanted to meet me in Africa. She didn't tell me. But my response to her was distinct. Yes, I would like to meet them, and I don't want 2 meetings. Let it be 1 meeting in Washington. I'm not going anywhere near Africa for a meeting with these people. That was my response. She never came back. And she said they called me. I received a lot of calls. US calls, Liberian calls. Once it's unidentified, I don't answer. If somebody seriously wants to get in touch with you, I've got in touch with people before. I had to call him, the chairman of the party. He has made contact with me before. Mr. Akaras Gray has made contact with me before. And besides that, several other persons. I organized that party. And a lot of people there know what I did, and they are in contact with me. I'm available on Facebook. I'm available on WhatsApp. I'm available on Messenger. I was on IMO before. So it's easy for anybody who wants to get in touch with me.
That's how I got in contact with you via the social media. So I think you're reachable. And I don't know why people say that.
Very few people who are not friends with me on Facebook, they can even reach me through Messenger. And I have over 10,000 friends on Facebook. I've established 2 different Facebook accounts. So I'm very, very available. But it's just that you cannot trace me through an address or you cannot trace me through a telephone call. If you get my call, I give it out freely so people can be able to contact me whenever they want to. So Massa told you a tale. That didn't happen. You know, so after she told me that about Julie, and then she started this and all of that, and then she went to Morovia. How did she get to Morovia on her own? The hotel she was in, did she pay on her own? The car she was riding, I think a rented car by the government, did she pay? She has cut me off from Facebook, cut me off from Messenger, cut me off from WhatsApp. After I started confronting her on what she was doing, because we had this close relationship, I didn't just let her go like that. In good faith, I told her, Massa, take courage. Take courage. At the darkest moment, that's when day breaks. Before daybreak, there's the darkest moment. Don't give in. Don't sell out. Because I knew everything. Even of the bribery, the perks that she received, I'm aware. And I approached her. I said, now you have crossed the line. I said, you, Jefferson Koji, Julie Angie, Commissioner Stewart, and Commissioner Coleman, you will be prosecuted in the future for receiving bribe. If Mr. Weah is willing, we can give him the evidence to do a credible prosecution now. which will enable him to redeem himself. So we've been on it. So the response she gave you was disingenuous, and I think she made an error of judgment to use the RGG as a cover-up to becloud the TRC is founders talking about we did research, this, that. That doesn't exonerate any perpetrator.
Councillor Verde, I am a victim of the atrocity in Liberia. There are several folks who are victims.
Yes.
From 1979, 1980, 13 people were murdered by firing squad in the name of rampant corruption. Yes. Corruption right now is worse than ever in the history of Liberia. My father, half of my generation was murdered the same day in Liberia. There are people on here tonight that came out and just said to you that they were at the Lutheran compound.
Yes.
Alhaji Nkrumah is seriously sick. Prince Johnson is sick. How soon can we get justice? How soon can we bring these people to justice? The Liberian people want to know, Councillor Verde, what can you do? The fact now is you don't have that working relationship with Master Washington and some of your colleagues from the TRC. How can you do this on your own and bring these people to justice? We need justice. The War Crime Code has got to hold. Councillor?
Every day new advocates are coming up. There's Hawa Meska, there is Yasindi, there is Alfonso Yeno, who left the country ever since, a great advocate for justice even before the TRC. There is Aliyu. There are several others, even without me. But I know justice will be sooner than most people realize because I have faith in God. God loves that country. And he has seen the suffering of his people. He has heard their cries. And he continues to give me strength. If I tell you my experience, prior to coming abroad, I've been away now for 9 years, my brother. I've never lived abroad before. When I come 2 months, the longest I stay is 3 months to visit. And that was before the TRC. I said I needed a good time to rest and then go back to do that work. And I went. With all the sacrifices, I left my legal practice. The thing that I've been doing all my life that I believe in so much, I had to leave it and put full time to the TRC. All of us. The risk was high. Massa made a mistake, to support Jefferson Koji and the government. If that's the way she wants to go, everybody has to make their own choices. We have consciences. God has endowed us with talents we held together at the TRC. I must admit she was a staunch supporter of the mandate of the TRC. Maybe she's tired. Maybe things are getting too tough in America. And so she wanted a quick break. Somebody came to me and told me that she said in Minnesota that she's been advocating too long and people are getting old and need to get something out of it. That was unfortunate, but that's the human side we all carry. I have been separated from my family 9 years. I haven't had the time to sit as a father with wealth and my children. In 9 years, my son is getting married. He had to grow through without me for a good period, even though I tried to stay in touch with him and with them. I have 5 children.
And I didn't see it like that because she said to me, Ashford, we are getting old. We are in our 50s now. Something has to be done. And I remember her saying that. So when you say we're getting too old and tiring, I think that kind of resonates a little bit.
Yeah, that's what she said. That's what she said. So she tried making a quick break. That's why I told her, how much can these people give you? Are they giving you $1 million that will make you for the rest of your life? I said, Master, so you are telling me if you were the chairman of the TRC, you would have given in to Ellen Johnson's leave because Ellen offered by far anything that they can offer. Not only did she offer a job at the Supreme Court as a justice, she offered cash, she offered emoluments, She went out of her way to interfere with my family. That's how desperate she was. I said, Master, this is uncalled for. And unfortunately, you will be prosecuted because we have gathered the evidence. I have the evidence that will prosecute you, Jefferson Cushie, and the others for bribery. I say, unfortunately. And she was a good comrade on the commission. She worked along with me very hard. All of us went through it. But unfortunately, we all do not have the staying power. She's not older than me. Okay, I have children she doesn't have. So, yeah, I'm saying it to say that family pressure may not be as much on her as it is on me. But then again, we are different people. We have different orientation, and our endurance is different. I can empathize with that.
I'm pretty sure, Councilor Verde, you've answered the caller's question, but I have this caller on the line that have been holding on for a long time. The number
Let me
is
hold on 1 more minute. Let me go through the other 3 questions very briefly.
Okay, he's a 917 number, but go ahead and go through them. We can bring him in. Go ahead.
Yes, the next question was development. How can implementation of justice contribute to development? Development is not just physical. Development has to do with the development.
You can tell that the man is a lawyer. He's keeping
person.
track. He know who asked questions and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, he's...
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilor.
So it has to do with the development of the person, the mind, and then before we talk about the physical development, of course. If the people are not stable, if you build skyscrapers for them, if they are not settled, if they are still traumatized and crying for justice, as my sister did, what good would the development be? So it's intertwined. I hear people are fixing back roads. Yes, we need roads, but what are our priorities? You have to heal the people. You have to reconcile your society. Now people get vexed. Or I come on air and tell the Liberian people, it's time for civil disobedience. Nobody should pay taxes to the government. That's going to cripple the government. And if people keep protesting, they are throwing back the economy. But one thing I've learned, that people who destroy cannot build. Yes. People who destroy cannot build. And the mentality to destroy.
Ellen asked to destroy the country. She didn't build.
She didn't build. George, we are here, was associated with Model. We are very close to concluding that investigation. So he doesn't look like a builder. All the people before Ellen, from Sawyer and most of the interim people, they didn't build because they were what? Part of the destructive generation that needs to go away and make way for progressive people of Liberia. Liberia has so much to offer the international community. The current government is not a good representation of who Liberians are. The war was not a good representation of who Liberians are. But I trust God. One day God will deliver and free the Liberian people when they know who their God is. When they confess and start to turn away from our old ways and honor Jehovah, He will give us leaders who will bring truth, who will bring justice, peace, and reconciliation to our country. Why the TRC didn't implement a recommendation before it retired? No, the TRC wasn't meant to implement the recommendations. It was meant to create the work, do the investigation, document it, and make recommendations. That's what we were charged to do. We were in charge to implementing the recommendations. If I had a charge, the recommendations would have by far been implemented by now. But no, we didn't have that application. And then Steve Bode asked about the release from Representative Smith and the McKinsey Act. That is related to sanctions. The American government has a standard for the imposition of sanctions, and sanctions can be imposed on any government or government officials who are involved in public corruption or the violation of human rights. And the death of Miller recently, we are coming up with a release. If you send me your email, my brother, I will be able to send you a copy of the release. It only exacerbates the problems in Liberia, and it provides further support for the need for the ICC to come in and begin investigation. One thing about the RCC, they will not let you know that they have started their investigation. They will continue with a close watch. They will collect all the evidence that they need so that when it's time for prosecution, they can do what they have to do. And somebody said it should not be my last. I hope it is not my last. I'm enjoying the show. I hope to come again. And maybe next time we can focus on the recommendations of the TRC. There are about 42 pieces of recommendations. Ellen attempted to implement some of the recommendations without alluding to the fact that it was a TRC recommendation. This whole thing about decentralization, the TRC has an approach in its recommendations. I read the report of the Governance Commission and what UNDP sought to do. The program is defective because it speaks of decentralization, but it doesn't. It decentralizes administration. It seeks to decentralize administration, but it doesn't decentralize power and authority. It doesn't devolve power and authority to the people. So that in itself is not a real decentralization when power remains concentrated in Monrovia and amongst the Monrovia elites. So basically, that is it. I hope to come again at any time.
We're going to take this caller, but just before that, I want to say this. Massa Washington, if you are watching or listening, it is alleged now that you took bribe from George Weah. I respect you a lot. I am going to be calling you. If it is true that you're taking bribe from George Weah and you work for Jefferson Koji, get ready for me. Because the thing that coming out will not be easy. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor.
Jefferson Koji had a press conference in Monrovia. I have to record it. And he said he is calling on Commissioner Massa Washington and other commissioners to distance themselves from Jerome Fredia.
Wow.
That was a command. If you can remember, Eddie Johnson said, you see, raise down Monrovia and I will rebuild it. That was a command to the troops on the ground. That's why I say she works for him. She answered it by leaving her enclave in the U.S. and going to Liberia, holding a flip-chip press conference and trying to make it look like TRC did it. Of all the perpetrators or accused or alleged perpetrators who want their names to be clear and are waiting for the court, is Jefferson Koji the only person? She lives in Philadelphia. There are over, one time I visited Philadelphia, I met with about 7 alleged perpetrators who said we unfairly named them in the report and they want their names to be cleared. I said, let's just pray for the court. When the court comes, that will be a good place. And that's what Jefferson Koji needs to do. If he is so accused and taken to court, he clarifies his name, he clears his name. That is statement by Massa Washington, that is sonority of any of the crimes. And the RGG focus on current crimes that are being committed. The allegation of working with Chucky Taylor came from Justino Taylor, whom they tried to kill. And we have evidence that he was part of that. Okay, the current crimes against humanity are being committed, and he is instrumental in committing them. The killing of this journalist is just another evidence that indeed the government is reckless and is not protecting the rights of its citizens. Instead, it is committing crimes against humanity currently in Liberia. That's why our referrals say crimes that were committed and are ongoing in Liberia. The RCC should take note.
917-379-7688. Thanks for your patience. You now have the opportunity to ask the councillor.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Mr. Gades. My name is Koto Chala, calling from New York City.
Okay, you live on the radio. The councillor is listening.
Okay, I'd like to thank the councillor for giving us some basic or broad answer to some of our doubts in our minds. And, you know, when we come to, I have a list of people with integrity. I think he is one of those that I found on my list that I have some people of integrity in Liberia. I name some of them: Evelyn Kanakai, Kofi Woods, Emma Sawyer, people there, and he considered one of those that I have on my list there with people of integrity. Okay, to go further with the issue of the war crime court, we understand that personally, we notice that the president is not actually listening to the request of the war crime court. And even as we stay trying to make effort to contribute towards the process, we still don't see that he's trying to make any effort towards the war crime court. I want to ask if within you being, the chairman, was there any provision where the people of Liberia, regardless of the president, agreed that they could go out there and make a request to the court, since in fact we needed most to go to the court and appeal to them that this is our quest. And we have seen with numerous attempts being made, we see no sign of our president making any effort towards our quest. And because we as people have said, previous court have said times, I was laughing. And really we have not seen any effort. And the perpetrator, we want these people to actually get peace revealed. And that's why we want the justice we want. And as time going by, people like Garley was saying that some of them are getting older, some are dying, and those are the things we want. But at least we will live to see some of this justice, not to prolong that we will not be part of seeing the justice. Okay, so that is my point. If you have quick answer to that, and another one is within the estimate of deaths that we have. If it's from the TRC, because I noticed that there are people who died that were not listed there. And we come in with an estimate of the number of deaths in Liberia. If it's on us there, or because we still have cases that were not, revealed or were not specified by the TRC back then. So that's my question I have to ask. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you. And I think that will be the last question. I will let the councillor answer that question. He will say his parting comments, because I have to break the news tonight. And folks, if you're just joining us, and just before the councillor comes in, then somebody else is ringing again. Let me see if I give that person the option to be the last person, and then the councillor will come. Hello, caller. Tell us your name and where you call from.
Yeah, this is Abu Belote calling from Philadelphia, USA.
Abu, welcome to the show, and the councillor is listening. What is your question?
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for letting me in. I'm really glad I get a chance to talk to the councillor. One of my major concerns here is that the reason the justice is delayed in Liberia is the Mandingos and the Muslims we are slaughtered at the beginning of the war for no reasonable reason, and no single politician or ordinary Liberians ever acknowledge this. So my question to the councillor is this: if you want to resolve conflict like this, you have to start from the root cause. What get Alhaji Nkrumah into this war? This is why I'm always taking a stand. Alhaji G.B. Nkrumah is not a war criminal. He's just a self-defender, and that is allowed under the international law. So I will let for the council to elaborate on that. Why? Start from he himself to any politician or any ordinary Liberian never condemn that. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
I'm listening.
All right. Councillor.
Yes, I'd like to thank our sister for being patient and waiting. There are several things we can do. You can get justice civilly or criminally. And we want criminal prosecution for most of these people who have committed these crimes. That is why we are waiting on the government, because it is the government that prosecutes all criminal matters. Even though the government can authorize somebody to prosecute some cases, but it is the responsibility of the government. And if ordinary Liberians want justice, I think we need to come together as civilians and decide to sue these people so that they can face some measure of accountability. As he said, and you rightly alluded to that, people are dying. People are hoping to see justice before they close their eyes. And that is what we are praying for and we are fighting. Another path to take is to appeal to the Security Council, to a petition and say, look, the government of President said it didn't bring justice to the people of Liberia. And now Mr. Weah is not interested in bringing justice to Liberia, so we appeal that the United Nations will take seize of this matter and show that justice is brought to Liberia. The 250,000 count was largely done by NGOs and international community that were operating in Liberia at the time. We did a conservative estimate on our own, but it was not verified by a statistical process, a credible statistical process. We determined that the number of people who died were more than 250,000. And if you take into consideration people who went into exile and died, that number goes by far beyond 300,000. We did the proposal to conduct a death toll examination of the war, but we didn't get the resources until the time ran out, and so we didn't do the death toll investigation. But we were determined as we went to the counties, we took note, and we realized that our record was still leaving a good segment of the significant population out. So we decided not to include that number in the TRC report. So we just stuck to the 250,000 that the international community managed to access. But we are very convinced that the amount is by far more than that. The root causes of the crisis was one of the major mandate of the TRC. And we went into the root causes of the conflict. And one of the things we mentioned is the tribal recriminations and sectarianism that evolved during the conflict. So our report did take into consideration that Mandingos were targeted, and that could be part of the reasons why they joined the war. But in investigation of war crimes and holding people responsible for their atrocities, we do not, and that was the thing we told Mr. Prince Johnson when he appeared, that Mr. Johnson, we are not interested in your justification for the war. We know everybody will have justification and excuses. That's not what we are interested in. What we are interested in is what you did.
1 minute, Councillor. I am not taking any calls. We're done with the call, with the calling, please. I am not taking any calls. We have to continue. When the councillor leaves with the political soccer game, we have to announce the breaking news we have for you and call it quits, because after 4 hours, Facebook gonna shut us down. So we're done with all the callings. I will allow the councillor to just conclude. We'll go back to the field of play, break the news to you, and we can call it quits for the night. Go ahead, councillor.
I hope government lost. So what I was saying, the crimes committed, the justification notwithstanding, we are not interested in why you went into war. You went into war. And if you chose to go into war, there are rules that govern people who elect to wage war or to recruit and train people for war. The nonsense killing that went on during the war doesn't justify the purpose for which people went. Revenge killings in Lofa County, in Bopulu, and other places, it didn't justify. It doesn't reach the threshold forgiveness or justification to be excluded or exempted from war crimes charges. So Mr. Haji Nkrumah may have had the perfect moral reasons why he went into the war. But how does that justify the killing of innocent civilians? How does that justify arresting a perpetrator from another group and then executing him? How does it justify depriving an entire population of food or burning down a village? It doesn't justify. So that's the reason why we held everybody, and based upon our investigation, all the factions, all the leaders are liable or culpable for the commission of war crimes during the war. They may have been forced into it. They had all their reasons, but that is notwithstanding the fact that crimes were committed. We are not prosecutors. When you get to the court, the prosecutors will decide what should happen in such cases when you have the justification. That is why I admire those perpetrators who are welcoming the establishment of the code, because that's an opportunity for them to exonerate themselves. That's an opportunity to lay the facts plain and bare before the Liberian people. That's an opportunity for them to exonerate their consciences. So yes, my brother, we investigated the root causes, and they are documented, very much documented in the TRC report. And for every root cause that we found, we have recommendations that will prevent the root cause from occurring in the future. That is why the recommendations are so important. About 142 pieces of recommendations. The War Crimes Code is just one of those recommendations. The dual citizenship is part of the recommendations. As I said, decentralization of power and authority is part of the recommendations. And several other things that the government has been trying to do, especially Ellen Johnson, are all parts of the recommendations of the TRC. And it was a very comprehensive document. It is very good for Liberia. I tell people it's a blueprint to full and genuine reconciliation of Liberia. We thank God for giving us the strength. We thank God for giving us the willpower, the fortitude, the knowledge, the wisdom, and the understanding. We thank God for giving us his spirit of fearlessness, integrity, and honesty that enable us to do that work very, very well. You know, and another thing is how we use the monies that were given to us, over $10 million. It was used perfectly well for the intended purpose. All the audits, I insisted that we should be audited before we leave. The audits were done, and nothing came out to the contrary. We thank God for that. He gave us the spirit of truth, the spirit of integrity, and the spirit of reconciliation, not to steal the people money. The money was used absolutely for the intended purposes. We even ran out of funds, and the Swedish government had, through the Africa's embassy, had to rush to us with a last-minute funding to help us to wrap up our work, pack all the documents to ship them, the archives to ship to Georgia, and all of that kind of thing. So it was a Herculean exercise, but we thank God we did it with full credit. We did it with the people of Liberia on mind, with dedication, patriotism, and love for our people. And we are so convinced that there will be justice in Liberia.
Councillor Verdier, there are a lot of people on here tonight, including the people who are listening via the website. They need you to commit yourself to the full implementation of the War Crime Code. But just before you speak, for just 2 minutes before we conclude tonight, let me please acknowledge our sponsors for the night. Madam Edna Yates, we want to say a big thanks to you. Wickerman Sindolo, Abid Liberian, Eric Marshall, Pauline Maximo, Ann Penn, Francis Power, Dr. Mariah Seaton, Bindu Hunter, We want to say a big thanks to all of you for putting hands in your pockets just to contribute tonight. And Theresa Williams, want to say a big thanks to you as well. Musu Dorbert, Catherine Jones, Meka Ye, Lyman Shepherd. We also like to say the big thanks to Edna Watukwa, and of course Mohammed Khan, and of course I said earlier Ben Hunter. Shortly after the candidate speaks and says what he has to say, finally we'll break the news to you, go back to the football field, and call it a night. Because the verdict was nice having you. I want to say a big thanks for taking off time to your business schedule. Your partner comments, sir.
Thank you, my brother, for inviting me, and I thank all of our compatriots for participating, for all the questions. I recognize the need for more dialogues and exchanges like this, and so I'm going to avail myself to that. There is nothing more that I desire now than to see justice in Liberia, especially with the escalation of crimes against humanity in the country under the current government, and the rising tendency to ignore the need for justice and to perpetuate impunity. Justice is my cause. Justice is my calling. I was in college and involved with the student government, and although we resisted those so much, the lawyers started refusing to represent us. And there was one last lawyer who was the last hope, Councillor Tiawan Kongolo. And I went to him, I pleaded with him. Tiawan said, I'm tired, Jerome. I pleaded with him. He finally agreed. He said, I will represent the students. By that time, all the students were in jail. I was the only one left. By some divine providence, I was not arrested. So I became the underground leader of the student movement. And when Councillor said he would do it, I told myself, when I graduate, I will go to law school, so that nobody who is in need of justice will be deprived. Because I knew I have a fearless spirit. I'm a child of God. I fear nothing but to do wrong, but to fear my God. So I knew. And that's why I went to law school. And since then, I've been pursuing justice. When people come to me and I see their case, they really need justice, and they don't have it, I perform the services and I provide my best. I have a record. There's only one case, and it was political, that I lost in the courts in my over 25 years of practice. I boast of that because righteousness and integrity has been my guiding stool, not money. If you come and you don't have a case, I tell you, you don't have a case. Let's make peace with the opponent. If you are reluctant or ashamed to move to the other side and make peace, I intervene and I go there and do it. But every case I took to court, I won them. Besides Prayer Bruce suing the TRC to the Supreme Court, again, that was a political decision, so I don't count it. It was not against me per se. So yes, I'm committed to the pursuit of justice, and I'm happy. I thank God that I still have strength. I still have a sound mind. I still have integrity to pursue this cause, and I'm not going to renege on it. And I believe, by the eyes of faith, that the time is coming soon. I don't think this decade will be over before justice is instituted in Liberia and the rule of law established as a cardinal principle of the Republic of Liberia. So thank you, my brother, for inviting me. I thank all of you, my compatriots, for participating and taking up your time to listen and contribute to this program. Thank you very much.
Well, you can stay on because I'm about to break some news tonight. Perhaps you already know, or maybe you will have the opportunity to hear it for the first time. So
I hope government didn't win.
Government didn't win. I'm about to break the news. I'm about to break, and that would benefit all of us. Yeah. So again, thanks, and let me go to information highway where we have Letty Brooks Roberts. Perhaps she has something for Letty. Are you there? Letty Brooks Roberts.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Yes, indeed. I want to say thank you to our special guest, Councillor Jerome Verdier. You were very inspirational tonight. You gave us hope. You gave us, I want to say assurance, but of course it's in God's hand. But
Amen.
it is also upon our shoulders, we, the Liberian people, we together with your quest for justice, we can make this happen. We cannot leave it to one set of people and say it's going to happen. So we say thank you to the listening audience. We say thank you for all of those that participated and are still listening for the breaking news. We thank you to our special guests that came from Tunisia tonight, our guests all over the country and all over the world. You have been awesome. You have been very participatory, and we thank you for that. Mr. Garley, I give it back to you. You were great as well. You're the man.
Thank you. Back to the field of play, the ball comes to human sacrifice. Human sacrifice, this one puts over to me, the ball comes to internal bleeding. The internal bleeding to abuse of power. Abuse of power to human rights abuse onto witch hunt. Witch hunt looks around to 60% evaporation. 60% evaporation to finger in the tank. The ball comes back to transparency report. Transparency report to provisional lifting. Provisional lifting to secretary, aka one day supply. Folks, I'm telling you, Lone Star has 0 and Society has 0. You remember when we talk about the 25 million? Look, listen to some of the names that Samuel Toy and Napetre Corn at the time. God is able, Foreign Bureau. Meaning with God, we are able to steal this money. We also have Nothing Past God, Foreign Bureau. God will make us succeed in stealing this money. Then came the Empowerment Foreign Bureau. This is our time to steal. We also have Surprise Foreign Bureau. Liberian people will be surprised. We just give them our way. We also have Convenient Foreign Bureau. But what thing they will be surprised for? And they're stupid by making our stealing convenient for us, by making their TV role we are president. We also have Abundance Foreign Bureau. I say, McGill, tell we are not to worry. The money is here in abundance. When this one finishes, we'll go to the World Bank. We'll also visit the donor funds. Then they also have Determinate Foreign Bureau. We are determined to flush the country down the toilet. Then they have Good Rate Foreign Bureau. We'll give all our girlfriends then the good rate. We'll go to China and buy goods and bring the goods to Liberia. Then they have Standard Foreign Bureau. But the Liberian people said, no, we ain't get Standard. What are they talking about? We will steal their money here and nothing they will not do to us. Then they also have New Rate Foreign Bureau. Ha ha ha. We are the new rich people in town. And folks, I'm telling you, back to the field of play, the ball comes to corruption. Corruption looks around to false promises to lies, lies to dictatorship. Will he make it? No, he doesn't make it. The ball comes to pay me where to strategic marriage onto D-hole cover hole to Opium King Kong to White Tea Black Heart. The ball comes back to Papa Drink Mama Happy. Then the ball comes back to D-hole cover hole again to sex trafficking. The ball comes back to sex for passing grade onto police brutality. Police brutality looks around to money laundering to borrowing initiative onto weaponization. Then the ball comes to Nessie Pasikwa looks around to drunk or aka Von looks around to unemployment to hard time to police paying away onto urgent care aka 14 military hospital. The ball comes to pay as you go. Folks, I'm telling you, Liberia has lost the overdraft protection privileges. Now you have to pay everything cash. If you don't have cash, Liberia is not respected in the outside world now, folks. I'm telling you. Then the ball comes back to desperation. Just desperation to drugs abuse, to no light, no gas. Then the ball comes back to border wide open. $5 to cross the border, $10 to cross the border. The border is wide open. George Weah cannot pay the immigration officers at the border. As a result, these people have to feed their family members. So what are they doing now? They are collecting $5 in exchange. You can bring the drugs in the country, bring opium in the country, bring cocaine in the country, bring heroin, bring all the drugs in the country. That's what George Weah is telling these people, because he can pay them. And folks, having said that, let's see if we can visit what we have for you tonight in terms of the breaking news. Are you ready? Share the video, folks. Let me bring the news to you. You surprised why Henry Costa left the country? Don't be surprised. It would have been very dangerous. This boy who just died was not even as vocal as Henry Costa as Ashford Garley. Can you imagine Henry Costa staying in Liberia? You know what was going to happen? Okay. Nathaniel Petrie was the central bank of Liberia. I'm breaking now, folks. I'm breaking. Under the leadership of Nathaniel Petrie as central bank governor, he was instructed by George Weah, according to a very credible source, to give Jefferson Kochi $50,000 every month. And that money was meant to sponsor 90 members of the EPS. They were the Sabu unit that turned to EPS. You know, the original EPS people were trained by the Americans. But these people, every month, $50,000 was coming from the central bank going to Morifia City Corporation. Instructions from George Weah to Nat Petrie. When Nat Petrie resigned, the acting governor, Yimane Pearson, before she got attracted to the same sex, she was talking to George Weah. George Weah played tour in Ghana. Her older brother, Alexander, her older brother, James Pearson, Alexander Yinka, and myself, we graduated together, you know, in the early 90s from university. Zion University, we graduated together. And I know what I'm talking about. So, George Weah needed somebody that he could trust. So him and Pearson continued from where Nat Petrie left off. Started giving the $50,000 on a monthly basis to Jefferson Kochi. That money was meant to sponsor 90 people. Sabu unit that turned EPS. They were not properly trained on the usage of the discharge of firearms. They didn't know how to handle excessive force. And more than 90 people. A few months ago, you heard about the deputy minister getting shot. He was shot by one of these people who were not trained properly, the EPS. Among these same people, on the 26th of January, journalist Zeno Miller, this is coming from a very reliable source, folks, I'm telling you. Journalist Zeno Miller, he was beaten, he was tortured, he was manhandled. The same night he complained about severe chest pain and leg pain. And I'm telling you, 15 to 20 days later, Zeno Miller is dead. And he said this. He said, I got injured and I'm feeling pain because of the brutality. from the EPS officers in the presence of the director, Shokon Roberts. Folks, this money, $50,000 were coming every month going to Jefferson Coaching until the IMF came in and put stop to that. Alosha Stalu, even though I don't like his tribalistic attitude about only crown people should get a job, but he didn't know anything about this. That's how fair I am, folks. Natana Petrie, Nimani Pearson provided $50,000 a month. Taxpayers' money to train state terrorists to start killing their own people. You remember when Samuel Toy, aka Lepose Babon, who will weaponize the media. The people who are speaking ill of the government will weaponize them. Folks, that is breaking news number one from a very reliable source. The $50,000 that was paid to Jefferson Coaching was not meant for River City Corporation. This money was meant for George Weah to train death squad for these death squad members to kill their own Liberian people. George Weah plans to remain here for a long time, and I'm telling you, only God will determine how long George Weah remains as president of Liberia. That's just the breaking news number one. Are you ready for the breaking news number two? Hit the like and share button. Take a few parts of this song.
I be a golden boy, say ya. I be a yellow boy, say ya. I be a darling club, say ya. I be a golden boy, say ya. I be a yellow boy, say ya.
Breaking news number two. Mark this date, March 3rd. My people, are you ready? March 3rd. We'll make it 1 year since we lost Matthew Innes. There's a new twist in the case, folks. You see, when you are consistent, when you are disciplined, when you don't disclose your source, people have all kinds of information in Liberia that they're willing to share. People within the government, but they have to trust you. If they don't trust you, if they don't like you, they will not tell you these things. There's a new twist in the case of Matthew Innes, and the entire world will be shocked. Expect to see 15 to 20 page document on how Matthew Innes were brutally murdered. These men were killed. He was brutalized. And they took his lifeless body and said it was a car accident. Simply because Matthew Innes was associated with Central Bank. This is where the 15 billion come in, Liberian dollars. Matthew Innes was a very close friend to Simon Toy. Some of these people, because of power, they will kill their own relatives. March 3rd will make it exactly 1 year. The newspapers in Liberia will be sold out. A brand new twist is coming up in the case of Matthew Innes. Liberians, pay attention. With that said, folks, we're going to go back to the field of play. The ball comes to corruption, corruption to false promises to lies, lies to D-hole cover hole, D-hole cover hole looks at what he making, though he doesn't. The ball comes for lies again, lies to human rights abuse, onto witch hunt. Witch hunt looks around to Mary Uri, aka 60% evaporation, suck it from the mouth, finger in the tank, down to transparency report to provisional lifting. Will he making, though he doesn't. The ball comes back to abuse of power puts it far downfield. The ball comes to human sacrifice. Will he make it? Human sacrifice is moving deep in the heart of the field. When he make it, he must sacrifice to D-hole, cover hole, to correction hard time to prepare my way. When he make it, oh man, the boy is offside. And ladies and gentlemen, that's how we come to the end of today's game. No score to either side, no score to Liberia, and no score to Societal Ills. With that said, I will take the microphone now to Letty Brooks Roberts with her final comments, and we can call it a night tonight. I'm telling you, folks, we are bringing you play-by-play discussion tonight at the SKD Sports Complex. This is yours truly, the giant, that now you know me. One copy, Garley. Letty?
Yes, Mr. Garley, thank you so much. There's a distraction in the back end.
Somebody tired. Go ahead, sis.
But yeah, thank you so much for the game. It was great. The counselor was awesome. We say thanks to all of our participants and all of the listening audience. I want to say thank you again to Miss Councilor Verdier. But before I let you go, the one thing I wanted to ask is this. People are still harboring the hurt, the pain of the bad experiences they had. What do you say to those who say, let's just leave it?
Well, because people are still hurting and people need closure, we cannot say, let's just leave it. Even if everybody in Liberia say, let's leave it, the international community will not leave it. Because impunity is not a norm of international justice. Impunity is not a norm of international human rights law. Every crime must be punished. That's why people go to court, to weigh the circumstances and to see if there are justification. A may kill B in self-defense. And when they go to court, the evidence of self-defense may exculpate A from the crime or may reduce the sentencing that commensurate with the crime. Anything can happen in that case. So it is wrong, it's against international law to document impunity or to legislate not part of amnesty for war crimes. So we pray for long life, let them keep up their hope. We are here, there are others besides me, many others who are fighting for justice in Liberia. And as I said, I'm very confident that before the turn of the decade, there will be justice in Liberia. We share their pains. We ourselves went through the war, but there are different levels of pains. So we cannot say we equally share their pain, but we say sorry. We pray for consolation from the Holy Spirit, that they will live in peace. And they should also take solace in the fight that there are fellow Liberians who are fighting for justice in Liberia. And there are many in the international community who wants justice. If Mr. Weah was a different person, not conflicted as he is, loyalty to Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, together they decided to steal some money, so they have a secret there. And from my study and experience, I think Mr. Weah has a problem. He is sick. He is suffering. See, he doesn't talk. He's aware of all the nasty things that are going on, and he supports it. In my determination, he's doing so because he is still grieving for the death of Mr. President Samuel Keto, and he blames all Liberians for that. So he is conflicted, yes. In private conversation, he has told many of the people around him. He even told Mr. Prince Johnson that Mr. Prince Johnson had no right to kill the puppy, that he could have done something else, and especially the way he did, he is hurt by it. So Prince Johnson has drawn a line. I don't mind if they come up and deny it, but Mr. Weir has a mental problem, and he is troubled by it. And his only solution, the way he helps to cope himself with it and sleep,
to
is
get
through
drunk.
drugs and sex. Yes.
Yeah, get
drugs
drunk,
and sex.
have sex with multiple women. Yeah,
That's it. That's his MO, and it's because it helps to relieve his pain and gives him chance and opportunity to sleep. Unfortunately, Liberian people elected a very sick man. He doesn't even understand what's going on in the country. He doesn't even have the attention span of a 12th grader or even a 9th grader. He doesn't know what is going on. He doesn't read. He doesn't write. He has people around him who are real power brokers. And unfortunately, they have criminal tendencies.
He has a learning disability.
Yes. Thank you. And they don't represent the best of Liberia. Unfortunately, Mrs. Seli took advantage of his popularity and managed the elections in his favor. Just like the caller said, she knew very well that he wouldn't have gone after the War Crimes Court. He's doing everything to protect her. How foolish can a political authority be? Because of one person, you ruin the entire nation. And I'm convinced it's going to be from one crisis to another. I'm encouraging Liberian people to press ahead. Mr. Costa did his best. I know there are things people say, but in the midst of no voice at all, his voice has been the lone voice for a long time. He did his best to raise awareness and to let people know who this our president is. I can only hope the political parties will take charge. Continue the pressure.
We're out of time, Letty.
Yes.
Okay.
With
I
that
am
said,
done. Thank you, Letty. Thank you.
Councillor Verdi, we want to say in my voice, that's some political ginger tea. Thank you. I pass it back to you, Mr. Garley. Thank you. Have a great evening, everybody.
Again, we have to be very appreciative of our sponsors for the night.
Man, John, that bar you do. No, that bar. Hey, my biggie, what happened?
I said, my man, John, I do verse all day today. I was walking. The gear bending. No car to go hustle. I can't. Jebena himself go small driver. I go ask her. She issue only talk, telling me say she tired and I'm feeling okay today. So she will start cooking the time she feel it. She not feeling cooking. I said, Jebe, what thing making you not feeling good? Jebe won't talk back to me. I whistle on your ear. All the people go hustle. You can't no food. That one. They issue me talk. I beg you, man.
No, my man John, that bar you do. No, that bar. Oh, but you don't know beating woman understand now. Ever say this time, my man, we can just talk to our woman. You can say sweet into them. We can talk it that sweet. No, you can say my chemo. Hey, my darling, my sweetie, hey, man, I'm hungry. Oh. Now, where do you go today? Or the thing you do, and I like it. But to be woman that bar. No, I say my own chemo. The naked way I can talk to her set, everything can be all right. She can be happy. I can get anything I want. And you know, and you see how she can be happy with our children set? So low, John, my brother, when you vet, I have your friend here. Can't lecture with me. I will lecture you how to take care of a woman to cool your heart. I will show you woman 101. Beating woman not good. You ought to style. And look at you. Who the woman you ever? Because when I your friend, man, he will bust your dude.
This announcement was brought to you by Diaspora Women for Change Incorporated and Alliance for Liberian Women International.
Woman, I see a woman every day in the...
And again, we'd love to say a big thanks to the rest of our sponsors. We'd also love to say a big thanks to Lama Shepherd, Edna Yates, Wickerman Sandolo, Ibit Liberia, Eric Marshall, Pauline Maximo, and Penn, Francis Power from Europe, Dr. Mariah Satan, Bendu Hunter, and going down the list here, we'll also have our hard-working partners who took time out to say, you know what, thanks for everything you've done and continues to do. Teresa Williams, thank you so much for your contribution. Musu Dober, Catherine Jones, thank you, my darling sister. Mika Ye, Again, Colin Bridges. We'll also like to say a big thanks to Edna Yukam, and of course Mohammed Khan. Want to say the big thanks to you. And just so you know, we're professional training. You need voiceover production, you need documentary. All you have to do, just contact us via BridgeRadioAfrica.com, and of course somebody from the sales department will contact you. We're trained professionally to provide entertainment for MC as well. And you name it. Okay, you have something that you want us to do in terms of advertisement, voiceover. You have a business and you want us to advertise for you. Please feel free to contact us. With that said, folks, let me give you my parting comments now. Well, that's all the time I have to be with you. God willing, I will be back tomorrow night from about 7 till 8. Until then, please allow me to borrow the wordings of the wise man. Tough times don't last. Tough people do. The height of a man is never known until he rises, and there's no second chance to make that first impression. The Liberian man will say, don't see okra and swallow bone, because you can't hide your nakedness from beef and bucket. This has been yours truly. That now you know me. One copy. Garley. Have a good night.
Yellow boys, when we go on internet, I pass it, no one sucker to other, Liberian Darling Club, yeah. Liberian Golden Boys, yeah. Liberian